The people that were helping the what seemed like overarching
there is no evidence.
What are you doing, Step DM?
That's your next teacher.
I think we can all agree that Percival did stuff wrong.
Yeah, clearly he should have said Gunther away quicker.
Yeah. Well, Gunther had like a 20 on his perception as he walked away, so he did hear something, and that's where it all went wrong for you.
Yeah. Such a perceptive little...
Okay, so Elreal.
Yep.
Crassus. Erendil. Is this you?
Zelfar's mine.
Zelfar is you. Kresh. Which one are you again?
Lucius.
You're Lucius. That makes you Briar. Briar. Okay.
This is Zelfar.
Right.
There's many paintings so long.
It's just Brian. He's been demoted.
Briar bracket N.
That's what happened to.
The N is silent.
Is that one from
that guy the other day? You called him
No,
Brian.
Bryony.
It's the reincarnation of
Church of Alarm.
The Do man.
49. Castile.
That's it. Of course, it was lots of hyphens.
Sorry, it's been a while since I played Koresh, so anyway.
Okay, so you've all been doing various separate things over the past few weeks, obviously with the exception of your new character. You've been in different locations, but the town has now been liberated, and you find yourselves drawn back here. As you're back in the town, it's in a state of disarray. And people are hurriedly trying to get things back on their feet. Some individuals are trying to get stability in terms of rulership and council, law and order back in place. Some people are trying to get their businesses back in order. Most of the shops you see are boarded up or completely ransacked as you walk through the streets. The southern docks at the moment seems to be completely off limits and is blocked to access. You find yourselves at the moment drawn to the only place you can find which is open and serving food and drinks. With the exception of a few food vendors in the marketplace, you find what looks to be a refitted warehouse, cleaned out, tables and benches placed inside, a bar made out of nothing more than a few tables at one end, and some barrels have been moved in. This has a hand-painted sign over it called, with The Dregs. Good night.
What a great name. Yeah, man, that's a good name.
That is where you will find yourself this morning, in search of potential employment or pursuing your own goals. Where we go next is entirely up to you.
Is it 2 G's, sorry, for the dregs?
Just 1 G.
Just 1 G.
Like the leftovers.
Soon Google will have a thing which is just doing my voice, like
Have you seen
the auto subtitles.
Have you seen some of the subtitles? Because whenever I'm watching anything, like I'm always with Percy, so I have it on mute and I read the subtitles. Some of it's hilarious. I'm pretty sure he didn't say something about a carrot.
Okay. So there are a number of people in here this morning. Most people are. I mean, it's early in the morning. Most people are keeping themselves to themselves. Their heads are low, looking at a plate with a sparse amount of food on it, or a cup. Conversation is minimal. There's maybe 5 or 6 other people in here. A man behind the bar, sitting on a stool with his head back and his mouth wide open.
It's like me.
Where's the door? Sorry, is the door that far end?
Yeah.
I
would be sat where I'm sat.
I'll come in and head straight for
As you're the only person I would know, I would be with you, I'd imagine.
You know, a creepy looking, Aragon looking person right in the back dark corner.
I don't think any of us actually know from
I think
the Black Rider.
Crassus will be putting up posters on the wall.
In crab form.
This will, for reference, we'll be putting up posters.
Miss Das needs you. Join the People's Navy.
I like to feel like it's just barnacles sticking them on as well. So I'm going to walk up to the bar type thing that's stationed there.
Then I'll be with them as well.
Okay, so
Should be Dead Man's Handgun.
Excuse me. Are you serving food, drink?
yes, I was just. You see that up there, up in the rafters? You see that spider? I think big spider.
Right.
Yeah, I've just been sitting here watching him.
Lovely. Yeah, I'm not one for spiders myself, but nevertheless, I know with looking at the town how it is, what sort of food did you have on for this morning?
Well, what we've got in the way of food, as it were, was the, given the current circumstances, a lavish plateful you can have of meat and eggs.
I like
Question
me.
Loving
pork.
Well, I mean, you've got to understand.
No, that's fine.
You have to understand that times are hard. The farms aren't producing any food. We don't have cows coming in. But you don't worry, Stoney here. I've got you taken care of. I've been out on the streets and I have found meat for you. I've dragged those eggs from the chickens myself.
Did you drag the chickens too?
That would be animal cruelty, and Stoney doesn't do stuff like that.
It's good to hear. How much would
Do you have? That is the next question, yeah. Do you have coin? Because this is a business. It's not a soup kitchen.
I do. Don't punch it. I do. How much would a plate be?
The plate with the meat and eggs.
With the mystery meat and.
It's not mystery. It's not. The only mystery is
whether I'll be able to keep it down or not.
Oh, you'll be come back for more.
Okay.
But say it might run out.
Maybe it's
In fact, you take it so long to order. I'm amazed.
I'm just waiting for you to tell me a price.
Oh, for the meat, it's going to be 2 silver for a plate of.
That's expensive.
Just quickly looking around, how many patrons are in?
So let's say look around. Yeah, 6 patrons in. 3 of them have a plate with. You assume to be the food. 2 of them have the empty plate. 1 of them still has what looks like the eggs.
I will. Can I?
I don't know. Can you?
The 2 that are not eating, I'm going to pay for their food. You just don't have to know who it's from. Just tell them it's come from the goodness of your heart.
You want to pay for their food?
I'll pay for their food. There's been a lot of people that have been in a lot of hardships recently, and I think the only way we get through this as a town is by coming together. Obviously, myself and my friend will have a plate as well.
You've been talking for a long time, but I don't see your silver, sonny boy.
It'll be 8 silver, I believe.
He counts as well. You are going to be a fine reviewer for this.
There you go. There's 8 silver.
8 silver. So
You're a yellow.
1.
A yellow.
You sure this one's a silver?
I'm positive that one's a silver. You'd be lucky if it's a gold.
It's the most
I'm
reflective.
worried it's a painted copper as well. I've just not seen that head before. Anyway,
An older edition.
you find yourself a seat and I'll warm up the meat.
Thank you. Don't forget to give
I totally think
the other
it's
2 that don't
bodies.
have any meat, have any food in front of them. Make sure you give them theirs too.
Yeah.
I'll be watching.
Will you?
Yes.
Okay. It's not a theatre, sonny boy.
I love this guy.
I'll turn away and.
Do you want a drink with that?
And how much are the drinks?
Oh,
How watered down are the drinks?
watered up is the question. You see,
Topped up.
since we had the hobgoblins in and all stuff like that, then They drank a lot. They took a lot.
I'm hearing a lot of talking and not much on telling me the price.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure you can afford it. I mean, you look quite poor. I mean, sure, you're throwing your coins around for other people.
It's called generosity.
Is it? Is it?
Yeah, this might be a foreign word to you.
Yeah.
Mind you, foreign might be a bit of a big word for you.
In fact, there is.
Do you want me to leave you to have this conversation with yourself? I could come back later.
How much for a drink?
What kind of drink you want?
A stiff one after this conversation.
A stiff one? What, like sort of semi-solid? Deal?
An alcoholic drink.
An alcoholic drink. Well, I can't offer you. I can offer you a small alcoholic drink or a large, mildly alcoholic drink.
How much is the large, mildly alcoholic drink?
2 silver.
Is it now?
Uh-huh.
It's an easy pricing system in this place, isn't it?
Yes. I am noticing a thing.
Oh, you want the small one?
Lager and apple.
Nevertheless, no. 2.
They both contain the same amount of alcohol. One just contains more water.
We'll go for 2 of the large ones. 1 for myself,
This guy.
and 1 for my friends. Here's 4 silver for you.
4 silver.
Yeah, maybe do in coppers though.
That person at Tesco just fucking penny.
That's like
Okay.
40 copper.
You can have it in fucking coppers.
Let's go.
It's more money for the float.
Well, I'm going to count them out slowly as well. Just. Do you not want to get it ready whilst?
No, I need to make sure you can make all of it. You wouldn't want to take away any remaining money for seeing old Marcy, would I?
I'll just keep going until it gets up to 40.
40. No, hang on. I'll just get your drink ready after I.
Please do.
He counts out all 40. Scoops it off the side of the bench.
Drops it all on the
Along
floor.
with this bit falls onto the floor.
Alright, you find yourself a seat and I'll get you 2 large alcoholic drinks and of course your meal and I'll go and have a chat to the other patrons.
So as we walk up, just say, you know he's going to spit in our food now, don't you?
I think he was going to be honest, we'll be lucky if it's fucking food.
That we've had worse. You want to go over to the right?
God, I'll wait here for a sec. I just want to make sure he actually brings the food out to the other people first.
You're going to find a seat because I ain't telling jokes.
Where were the other 2 patrons that that didn't have food?
One here, one here.
Okay. So, on the right over
You want to go over there?
He's not representative of what the people actually are. You say one here.
I have just printed off a ton of peasants. I just haven't got around to painting them yet.
Haven't you just had one minute, Josh?
Not a peasant.
Peasants!
I think at this stage it might be worth us briefly going round and making sure we're all clear on how we'll so let's go around. Describe your character for me, please.
So Elril is bald. I remember that much.
You want to do whatever you say.
Oh no, neat. He's not bald. Neat shoulder length, brown hair, tan skin, blue eyes, about 6'4"-ish. Looks very young.
Human.
No.
I mean, I don't want to identify you by your race.
He looks very human, but he's got pointy ears.
Okay.
So an elf. Or reshaped he as human.
Okay, humanish. Crassus?
A quite unassuming, all sliders to medium, apart from my magnificent headpiece. Unfortunately, I don't have as glorious a moustache as in the poster. Just propaganda that
I just
one.
noticed the crab helmet.
Yeah,
and
the
hat.
Cabrero.
The Cabrero.
But yeah, so unassuming, half elf, other than the magnificent crab shell hat.
Crab shell hat. Okay. Arundel.
A wood elf, so slightly green tint to the skin. Very messy brown hair, not very well kept. Appear to be wearing robes of some sort they probably were a green and white colour originally, but they're now just filthy and dirty essentially, and just and there's bits of kind of foliage, kind of used as repairs, and that's pretty much it, really.
Zelfar, you won't be able to see much of him, but he's wearing like long sort of purple robes, which look relatively damp. Looks like he's wearing damp clothes. His hood sort of covers most of his face, but you'd be able to see like the bottom half of his mouth, and he's got like a slack jaw, and you can see sort of scars that come from his face and things. And if you see him walking, he walks with a bit of a limp, with a big staff.
Kresh is a half-orc. He's a beast of a being. He's got dark, not green skin, but he's dark skinned. He's got two small tusks, and he definitely takes after the orcish half of his family. He's clad in leather and furs, and he just looks like a piece of meat.
Okay.
He's a gans.
Lucius.
Lucius is a human, about middle age, just late 30s, early 40s. He looks very well dressed in the sense of not royalty, but enough to be like he could be in a court and no one would question him being there. But he does have a bright silver like scale plating, but he has an overcoat. And apart from that, he has a crossbow on his back, which is a dagger. Let's say personality-wise, we'll get into that, but yeah, that's what it looks like at the moment.
Alright, so Briar,
Dragonborn. He's of the green variety. He has two tones, so he's got a beautiful forest green, sort of outer layer, his belly, what you assume would coming down from his neck, a lime green. Going down, he's got two darker horns coming out, just poking out of his head. His clothing is similar to Lucian's. It's good quality, but it looks like it's never been washed at all, if at all. On his back, he does have what seems to be multiple quivers sort of stitched together and just rammed full of papers.
Okay. Right, plate of meat. Here you go. Drops it from a few inches above the table so the plate hits it. And your egg slides to the side nearly over the edge, and you can see that there's a skewer with several cubes along it. It's a pale pinkish colour.
This looks delectable. Thank you ever so much.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Stoney doesn't understand big words.
Tasty, thanks.
Yeah.
Make sure the other two get the money to get theirs, please.
How does it smell?
It smells alright. I mean, you know when you haven't had enough in a while and then you get that smell of food? It's like that. It's definitely the meat cooking smell. It's not quite bacon.
Bit of hobgoblin.
Can I try a bit and then try and determine what it is?
Sure.
Bit of hobgoblin.
This was his constitution statement.
Pork beef.
Bite into
Very
this bit of
sparsely.
meat tentatively.
Yeah.
I don't require
No,
much.
it's firm
Meat
as your
or-
teeth at the edge of it.
I'd rather the eggs.
But after applying a little bit of pressure, your teeth sink in and you're able to peel away with a little bit of a tug a chunk of this meat. It's got a sort
that
of
meat, boy.
through it and a bit of a rubbery twang as it comes back into your mouth and sits there on your tongue for a moment as saliva starts to build up involuntarily in your mouth. You slide it to the side and take another bite, and that's when the juice really starts to spill out of it. Make me
Constitution saving throw.
a wisdom check.
A wisdom check.
Survival check.
So when you do a wisdom check, is that my saving throw, is it?
No, just a wisdom check, not saving throw.
Oh, it's just...
Just your modifier. What have your wisdom modifier?
Oh, modifier, okay. 17.
It's difficult to place exactly what the taste is, but it's been heavily salted. heavily salted.
Like I'm licking the sea, kind of thing.
I see nothing wrong with that.
You really turn around.
It's not unpleasant though.
Okay.
It's not unpleasant, and as you chew into it and the meat relents against the mastication, it disintegrates and you chew a bit longer as it moves around in your mouth. I mean, it's a value for money. It takes a while for you to be able to chew it sufficiently so it goes down, but it tastes okay.
Continue drinking and eating this.
No, make a constitution save.
There we go. What is it?
You've gained the status effect cannibal.
18.
18. Yeah, it slides
You were
down.
like cannibal.
Your stomach sends you all the signals of gratitude.
Boss.
Do Elro and do you both have food? In front? Do you have anything on your table?
If it was available, I would have asked for essentially bread and water. That's what I would have asked for.
Okay. Well, Stoney tells you that I do have some bread. Got to do your salad.
Whatever you have will be fine. Just no meat is no meat for me.
No problem. Some bread and I'll do your salad. Bit greenery with it.
That'd be lovely.
Sorry, garnish.
That'd be lovely. Thank you.
With the weeds outside.
You know when you do that, stand up and lean over to someone else's table. Do you want anything to eat? I don't want anyone going hungry.
Are you offering to pay?
I am, yes.
Does Stoney come? Stoney said he was going to go see the other patrons. I'll have.
Oh, just
What
sort of
they
leaned
have.
over to their table.
But I'll come to the bar. And
Right, so I'm not quite sure what the point of the conversation is right now. I was on the way to them and you stopped me to say that you're going to have what they're having but you're going to come to the bar.
yes, because I would like some drinks as well.
Okay, so can I take this to them and we'll talk at the bar?
Of
or
course.
just...
Of course, I'll go and wait at the bar for you.
Alright.
Don't steal anything.
Okay, he goes over.
What every barman wants to say to every customer ever. Fucking wait your turn.
I'll pass.
And you can hear Stoney is just leans down to him, talking to him quietly, puts a plate in front of him, and then heads back over to the bar. Right.
Sorry, I didn't expect people to come over. I'll just take a plate of meat, but raw, please.
Raw. You don't want to warm it up.
Just as it comes.
Okay. We'll take a little bit longer because most of the meat I've got at the moment has been pre-cooked and it's gone cold and I'm just warming it up. So for raw, it'll take a minute, but I can do you something.
Thank you.
You want the eggs?
Just me.
Just the meat. Okay. It's going to be 1 silver, 5 copper.
1 silver, 5 copper. And for does that include my friend's meal as well?
Did you ask for your friends?
I believe my friend asked for the salad and bread.
Well, why would you think that yours included is?
It's just a question.
Or is just an answer? No.
And the bread.
Found Percival's next target.
As David woke up this morning and thought, you know what? I'm going to be a real dick.
Alright, salad and bread.
I'm going to be a real dick.
It's just a 5 copper for the salad and bread.
So 2 silver in total.
Yeah.
There are 10 copper to a silver. Mine was 1 silver, 1 copper, 5 copper, and 5 copper for the salad and the bread, which makes 2 silver in total.
I'm not sure what you want from me.
Clarifying if that was what you
Are
expected.
you selling classes or something? What do you do?
I'll lean forward and put 2 silver out on the and that's for their food.
Is he paying for you, is he? Are you with him?
Do you really care who's paying as long as you get the silver?
Excuse me, I'm talking to another customer right now. Could you wait your turn?
Oh, slide the 2 silver. There you go, kids.
Thank you. Your Stony's friend, once you've paid. Right, if you give me a few minutes, I will cool down your meat.
Thank you.
And I'll sort out your breakfast salad and bread.
We should stop referring to meat with like a capital M and a TM.
Yeah, every time there's meat, it's not just meat.
I'll turn to Brian.
Welcome. You're welcome to join us if you
Beyond.
wanted any conversation.
I'm enjoying the warmth of the fire. We have been out in the wilderness for a couple of nights, and the fire just bring warmth back to the bones.
Well, we can join you. You can tell me about it if you like.
You're more than welcome to join us.
Nod over at Lucius. Bring the meat.
And I'll start moving back to where I was.
In the background, by the way, while they're all doing this, I'm just going around person to person. Trying to join me, crew. I'm looking for strong, strapping lads, sailors, men of the sea. Do you have any friends who are looking for work? I've got good hard coin and I can pay.
I'd be bad place of work, actually.
Who are? What are your credentials? Have you worked at sea before, man?
I've been on the wood that moves, aye.
Have you now?
I have. Although, it's unfortunately difficult at the moment in the state as it is in the Southern Harbour. It mostly have been set on fire, Matt.
That's tragic. There's nothing worse than seeing a ship burn down. It's like ships and fires, two things that shouldn't mix too freely.
It's always struck me as tragic that a ship should burn being so beset by water.
It is indeed tragic. Well, you see, I have a ship. It did also come by some fire damage, but it's largely in great condition. I just need a crew to help run it, see.
Can I barge my way into the inn?
Yeah.
And I will just
Boom, boom, boom.
yeah walk straight up to the bar and barkeep, I am thirsty and I am destitute. Cheap drinks, please.
Well, I'll be happy to help you out with some cheap drinks, but hang on a second. Oh, you! He just said destitute, and as you know, I'm as thick as pig shit. Why don't you explain to me what it means? I know what he means.
Whilst
I don't.
sucking down the egg off the pipe.
It's white,
Don't eat
and
eggs
you
like
can see the yolk, but there seems to be like a clear, literally clear division between the yolk and the white.
Okay.
Like it's been boiled for 20 minutes.
That was probably boiled yesterday and just left there. I'll walk up to the bar and you want some food and some drink. What would you like to...
It's not a destitute thing, though, is it?
I'm not
Put yourself in this position now.
Is it English?
Do you not
I'm
know?
not here to give you an English lesson.
Aren't you?
So
From the way you present yourself so far, I thought that's exactly what you were doing here. You know, it's either what are you doing, maths? You doing English? Oh no, he's doing English, isn't it?
So what I'm
No,
going
he's
to
doing
do
maths. You're doing English. You're just travelling to school, aren't you?
is I'm going to give you 4 silver.
I'll tell you why I'm only fucking establishment that's serving drinks and food in town at the moment. You know what that makes me, don't you?
There's the 4 silver, and would you like to get him the same meal that you got me, along
him?
with the drink? Yes.
I don't think he wanted one drink. He said he was in need of a lot of drink.
Look, if I'm going to put it straight to you, my mouth is as dry as a nomad's flip-flop.
Would you like any food?
If you're food.
I'll get your first drink. Anything after that is on yourself.
I was going to
As
shout,
I said-
Brian, for
Fair
fuck's
enough.
sake, we've only got so
He's
much
saying
money.
that his mouth is as dry as a priest Eva's Imogen's. No, not Imogen.
I was going to say.
Paradox.
As I said, there is 4 silver. Can you get him the same meal that you got me, along with the drink, please?
Meat and eggs. And
Alcoholic drink.
Mate, look, I need to get pissed. I need to quench a
Definitely
thirst.
absolute.
Meat and eggs sounds good to me. Shall I wait here? I suppose.
you can wait here or I'll bring it to you. I'm concerned that the longer you stay here, the longer he'll stay here trying to talk to me.
Oh, I'll take him back where you're sitting.
That's right, yeah. Flagon pint or mega pint?
Mega pint.
Mega pint wine.
Yeah.
As I go back to the table, I'll lead to Lucius. Asriel says his time's not long.
Yeah, I'll follow you guys. Sorry, could you, since you have an implement,
Yeah.
would you mind? I'll follow you over to the table and sort of plonk myself on a stool that's clearly far too small for me, and I'm just shoulders at a table.
Have you got your drink in front of you?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to slip you a homemade thing into your drink.
Thank you.
There you go, one bread and salad. And you've got a crust. And what looks like some nettles.
Sorry.
And your pinkish roll arrives.
Is it? You thought?
Have the edible metals on?
Thank you.
Make tea out of them.
Rub 'em.
You can eat them.
You can eat the leaves, but
you'll coat
the other way around. It's like the waffle things.
Yeah.
Take out my dagger, start slicing it.
Okay.
Eating it, Viking style.
It seeps as you cut it into it.
Meat shouldn't seep.
Unless you've literally just
It's like
killed
it's
it.
providing its own internal gravy. The drinks as well they mostly taste of water and very little of alcohol.
I didn't assume it would be any alcohol. I would, before drinking, scoop any frothy bits off the top.
Okay.
Assuming you gobbed in the drink.
That's how you live your life, I assume. Alright.
Thanks for the drinks, by the way. Good drink. Let's be honest, it's not too much anymore.
The town is not in a good state.
You got this bit of shit onto me first.
I think we all need to help one another as best we can to get back on.
To be honest with you, bro, you dragged me to this table with people. The fuck am I doing here?
I've been away for quite some time. What the hell's happened to this place?
From what people have been dragging happened. And that
Dragon?
a more fell fella.
Oh, fuck me, I hope it's gone.
I think you'd know if a dragon was here.
Yeah. I mean, permanently.
How loud are you guys talking? Like,
I imagine those three are being very loud.
Oh, yeah, I'm
Sound-
not.
I'm just thinking, like, in the
I'm
corner of the
sorry.
room, would I be able to hear?
I can imagine Kresh has loud and louder volumes.
Yeah. His inside volume is just shouting.
Yeah.
Hey, what happened was that the city got set on fire. The chap who was speaking to Kratos shouts over.
Well, I can see that on account of all the burnt houses. Thank you very much. I wondered what
That's the
burnt them.
question. Well, first there was a dragon, you see. Then there was the people that set fire to stuff. Lot of explosions down the docks. With that, and terrible state of shipping. Most of the ships are either burnt.
You're a shit man, are you?
Why don't you join my crew? I can set you up with a ship. Are you a man of the sea too, are you?
What the hell have you got on your head?
You're just jealous of my magnificent friend here.
You might be right.
Are you looking for work? I need 14 strong sailors for me crew, so I do. And a number of other functions. I got paying work, mind ye, and a functional ship.
I'm wondering if you take allowance for disability.
What kind of disability?
Well, I don't want to talk so much about it. I've got an impediment to, I find. It doesn't affect me work, but I don't want to be taking on a job and finding out that you're not happy with somebody who's got a disability.
If you can do the job, that's all I ask.
As long as it only requires one hand.
What?
Have you ever considered a prosthetic? A hook or something such?
I had a hook once.
Something thematic.
Well,
Now
I've
I've got one eye.
Well,
So, disability,
you see,
one arm,
I'm
one
looking
eye.
for multiple roles, and sounds like a man of your talents and experience. Are you any good at cooking, by any chance?
Those cooking would suit me, I've only got one leg as well.
Zigzag.
Turned into the character from Blackadder.
You have a woman's.
So you say you're able, but you got one eye, you got one hand, and you got one leg.
I'm as able as anybody. I've just got a left leg, a right arm, and a right eye.
Can we hear all this?
Well,
it'd be great in the crow's nest.
He'd be no good in the crow's nest, man's got one eye. Do you know what that does for a man's depth perception? Don't rub salt in his wound like that.
Also, climbing the ropes is a bit of a challenge.
We'd want up.
You have to get somebody that...
Yeah, but one strap there is no bother, is it?
You have to get somebody big to strap on the back like a back.
My last ship, they did put me up in the crow's nest once. They had a little harness they pulled me up in. And it was fine because I had a telescopic crew. And that required one eye.
Be a great anchor.
Has this guy got food in front of him this time?
He does have food, yeah.
He was one of the guys you bought something for.
Crassus, did you say your name was?
No, my name's Gleason.
Not you.
I never said my name.
Did you
Are you
not?
some kind of weird mind reader? I've had enough of you
Sorry, I
spooky
thought you said your
types.
Is your name on the flyer? Is that where I got it from?
It's in the small print.
Oh, there we go. Are you hungry? Do you want anything to eat?
I've just eaten, thank you.
I'm pleased.
I'll be seeing to my own needs, thank you. I've been about for a while here, and nothing that comes for free is any good these parts. Someone always wants something for nothing.
No, I.
The sea
I'm
always
off.
wants things from you.
No, it was just all that would be required is a.
And you see, lads, I don't want something for nothing.
A bit of
I need a
conversation.
crew, and I have gold to pay for it. Any takers, any fine sailors amongst yourselves?
I'm your man.
What kind of work are we talking about?
I'm asking for sailors. What kind of work do you think that is, lad?
Like hoisting, sailing, yo-ho and stuff.
There'll be none of that yo-hoing. You be hauling the mainsail.
Of course, it was silly me.
You'll be
Silly me.
splicing some rope. You'll be dropping the anchor and such like. There'll be none of this yo-hoing.
Next time I say to you, please, let's just skip this. We'll skip it.
Listen,
On my previous ship, we had an R tin.
Doing good.
Anytime anybody went R, you had to put a copper in a tin.
this is very surreal having basically two of the same person.
R, we'll be having none of that R stuff. We'll be having I and I and nothing else. You'll be excused for just one eye, but
Yeah, you gotta go. I captain.
Was there going to be a dialogue sheet?
Look, if it pays, I'll give it a go. I don't know nothing about sailing, but I've got a strong arm, I suppose.
well, I suppose there's always room for learning. You'll be getting 2 gold for a month's work.
2 gold! Yeah, right, I can't argue.
I don't think it's wise to have me on a enclosed ship. I'm not much of a sailor either.
Are you saying you're yellow, lad? A
No.
lubber through and through.
There was an issue on the last ship.
Where would you be sailing to exactly?
Well, as you can see, and I'll slap down one of my posters on the table.
You'll be joining the People's Navy, so you would. We be in the employ of the Temple of the People, working for that Harbinger in her ivory tower, so it would. Our first work will be shipping stone from the quarries for the reconstruction of the city, so it is.
Well, I suppose it's commendable work, isn't it? I never had it.
You'll be helping your fellow citizens, so it would.
I'm not a citizen of nowhere, mate.
I'm not so sure about this, Captain Crassus. I've heard a lot about this Harbinger. Heard she's a murderer. A cold-blooded killer.
Well, I've heard such stories and the like myself, but you see, you'll be working for me, I'll be giving you the gold. You'll be answering to me, not that crone in her tower, so it were. I look after those who look after me. You work and give it a good day's labour for me. I protect my men.
Word on the last ship I was on was the Harbinger's in league with some sort of demon that gives her powers.
Who are? I think I've seen the one. I think they call him Dramos, don't they? I'm not so sure that she's giving
I've
powers
seen this
by him,
Dramos
but
with me good eye, not as doesn't sound as scary when you're talking like that bare-chested small man. You
see,
imagine like a big black thing with wings and.
well, I can tell you, he doesn't give her powers, but he certainly has a lot of power of his own. He's got away with words, so it was, and I caution you against signing any piece of paper he hands you. You'll have his soul for it, he will.
Sounds like a siren to me.
Arr, no sirens, but there are plenty of them off the south coast of Missas. I saw one with my own eyes.
There'd be a sea monster in the harbour right now.
Do there be?
That's right.
What
That's
be
exactly
it?
why they can't get boats in and out. Aside from the fact that most of the docks themselves are burned.
Well, hopefully with good work and good sailors like yourselves going, we'll soon get things back up and running.
I don't think you'll find many people keen to go, especially in the southern docks with that. I saw a boat pulled against the tide directly towards a lighthouse the other day. Our boat twisted round, pulled aggressively towards it. Something under the water got it.
Something under the water,
Something
myself.
under the water pulled it right into the rocks by the lighthouse.
Arr.
Maybe we should investigate.
Copper in the jar.
I certainly be keen on have a look at that. I'm a man of a lie, so I am, and I tend to her waters where I may. That don't sound like something fortuitous for the poor sailor, and the sailor looks after a lie, and a lie looks after the sailor, so it were.
Well, I certainly feel like I could get out and earn some money with my good eye, my good arm, my good leg, and the 3 fingers I've got remaining on my hand.
Which fingers? Which 3?
The 3 useless ones.
Oh, okay then.
Is there the 3 useless ones or the 3 good ones?
The more you say, the less I'm sure that you're a sound man for having on a
man
crew.
of God, please.
Everybody who sails on the sea is a man of God.
I was going to say, you don't fancy the chaplaincy role, do you? I always need a man to give the ministrations to the men, so it were.
Not with religious bullshit, you know. God.
I don't know much about magic. I understand you have to wiggle your fingers quite well and...
Well, you've got 3 left, so you should manage just fine on that. Maybe we'll send you off to the Temple of Ally, and I'm sure they'll give you a few pointers, like.
I wish I could point.
You got 3 fingers,
point
ain't
with
you?
that.
Look, I hope when I can save up enough coin, I can go down to the temple myself and get my appendages restored. Obviously, there's a list of priorities in the order I'd get them.
Could you tell us more about this sea monster that's been down the southern docks?
Well, I was down the docks myself when
this
I saw the
creepy
boat
looking
pulled
guy
aggressively.
walking through.
Couldn't tell quite exactly how far away it was because of
you'll
the
just
depth
see that he's
perception
sort
was
of
not brilliant.
Did you see what
Probably a bit of
pulled it?
steam
Like, we're
coming
talking
from the fire.
tentacles,
Yeah,
or...
But he's gonna.
What
he's
I'm
gonna
saying to you is
grab
that the
your
boat
hand
was in the water,
with a
point
thuggy
bow
hand.
pointed towards the
Right.
docks. They
And
were
he's
looking
gonna
to
put
try
something
and
into your
put
hand.
harbour something, but with most of the docks themselves
Which
gone,
is
there's quite a
like
queue
a
for
wooden
boats to get
coin.
in. Then this boat aggressively turned round 180 degrees,
Just like this.
and the bow of it was pulled down towards the water, so the water slopped over. And then it moved at quite a lick, with no sail up, no oars, and then slammed into the rocks by the lighthouse.
Are we talking
I love
like fishing boat, or are we talking like one of those big ones?
You're obviously not a man of the sea if the most
I'm not.
categories you've got me is fishing boat or a big un.
He clearly knows not what he speaks of.
Was it a single-masted, triple-masted, sloop, frigate?
What's this that
Just
you
a
handed
single
out,
mast,
lad?
Single-masted.
Is that a big one, a small
Scuba
one?
or something.
It's
I don't need help, I need men for my crew.
Still,
Big
Are you
enough to
man
be
of
of
the sea,
concern.
boy?
something which needs investigating.
If you plan on going down there, I feel
Would you like to be a sailor on the crew?
Don't worry.
Do you have any experience? Should you sailed a ship
As it
before?
I haven't sailed a ship before, but I might be helping other areas. You're literally only gonna see like
Gonna be there.
sort of the
You
top
have
and
to
the bottom half of his face.
And in what areas would those be?
Just saying.
I like to be in water.
Ingredients for it.
Well, that's no good, see, because if my ship's in the water, into the water, it's no good. You need to be on the ship, or you're not doing your work.
If boats are being pulled into the water, you need to be able to see what it is. I can help you with that.
But that's not where my ship is, and I'm just looking for a crew for now. But you'd certainly be good looking for that sea monster off the lighthouse, so we were.
So where is the lighthouse? I don't think we've ever really mentioned
Right
the
on that
lighthouse.
point.
We only did when we
It's alright.
sailed round it.
Never looked in that corner.
So where were you?
The one blind spot.
Whereabouts were we in town? Sorry. I was going to ask before you threw them up.
The dregs.
You are over here.
Oh yeah, we're
Okay, so we're in the Western Docks. Oh.
Wouldn't say that.
Yeah, it's because all of here is on fire. Like.
Well,
It's not far anymore,
Gordon
but
Dock.
there's
Burn damage.
Crispy.
access to the
Here
southern
we
dock
have-
is being heavily controlled at the moment.
By whom?
We don't know yet.
It's a question we can ask Gleason in a second. So, Gleason,
That's my
Can't
name.
make his own little militia.
you say this boat was pulled from the southern docks into the rocks. Was it near one of the piers, was it? Or was it a bit further out?
It was in the holding pattern, waiting to get to one of the docks.
Terrible thing, that.
Well, it might be nothing, but I know there's a lot more under the water than there is on it.
Well, I certainly have a stake in keeping those waters safe. For I will be needing to get my own ship into these docks for repairs. So it be. So.
What is your ship called?
I have the pleasure of potentially having the Deadman's Raft. Should I have the crew to retrieve it, of course. It's currently berthed. Just in the estuary, directly south of that Tower of Darius, so it were.
I see.
I'll just be needing the crew to retrieve it and return it to the docks for repairs.
Well, you want to be careful taking a ship up that estuary.
Well, it's not up the estuary, it's in the estuary, see? Because we didn't want to take it further up, because that would have been foolish.
Why would it be foolish taking things into the estuary?
Wait, anyone who's been on the sea has gone far around there. You see that there's a whole bunch of sunken ships in the estuary.
Do you know why they're sunk?
I don't know, but you can just see their masts sticking out of the water. It's like you can look out over the water itself and see a bunch of masts sticking proud there, with just what left of their sails tattered, blowing in the wind.
No rumours then on.
Oh, there's plenty of rumours. How many do you want?
What was it
What's
prior
your-
to Dragon?
What's your favourite?
My favourite is a watery woman. And when you go too far up the estuary, she just claws at the side of your boat while you listen to her voice, and the water rushes in and you do nothing. So hypnotised by her you are. And once you're under the water, she has her way with you. And by that, I mean eats you.
Glory, glory, what the hell is it?
Certainly an interesting one.
But it sounds like Captain Crassus has no intention of going up the estuary, which will be fine.
There are two things that we could look into.
I'd certainly like to aid the town. It seems to be in a very terrible state.
Well, I think commerce is the first step to building a city like this, so anything besieging those docks seems to be a great priority to me.
Where do the sailors normally hang out these days, Gleason?
Not sure exactly what you're asking me there, sir.
As in,
You're looking for somewhere where sailors hang out.
as in other worthy seamen who may have
that would've been
seen
the
this
back table,
creature in a bit more detail.
Well, it may seem like I'm stating the obvious, but the docks.
There may be another establishment like this.
The last place.
There was another establishment who tried it out, because that Stony is a bit of a cunt.
Okay, we like him now. He's coming with us.
You need to hire him for the crew, like gesture at least to keep morale up or something.
He'd be the cook, wouldn't he? Because they always have like the gammy one as the cook, don't they? He slams it down on the table.
And who is controlling entry into the southern docks at the moment?
There's a fella there who's controlling all the commerce of it, and I feel like me can't remember his name right now. I'll look it up. Yarr. I'm sure you just know.
Is it the fella that ran into Mrs. Snowball?
Just call him Josh.
No, there's a
No,
specific
he'd be
character.
killing everyone.
Oh wait, If he's a Helvetian, he has to have a Roman name, isn't it?
No,
Just
it's not
hoping
Helvetian.
it's
Jacob.
not Addersmere. Because if it is, it's not going to be a good time.
Oh, yeah, that guy was with the
Yeah, it's like a noticeably slimy hand.
The one I've been decapitated all over the place.
Gross.
Yeah.
twat.
That's it, I like that note. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Howell, what is what?
Yeah, there'll just be this creepy old man next to Crassus, and all you'll see is like the steam coming off him, where the
Dripping
fire's like,
wet.
where the fire's drying all his clothes, so it's just all the steam. You know when you like wet your sleeve or something, and you put it by the fire, and it just goes,
Yeah.
like all of him will be in that kind of mist.
In winter, if you were running, you just have that steam.
Yeah.
Is he controlling the...
Oro, Sten, Andro, Garros, Jeffrey.
There he is, that's the
Jeffrey, is there?
Cool.
Is he controlling it for his own gain, or is he controlling it to better the people?
Deraz.
Yeah.
It's Deraz.
We're going to see him. That's what we
Trying to ensure, so he says, that the
Yeah, that's good to
food is appropriately distributed to the town without anybody rushing in and stealing it all.
Oh, he's definitely hoarding it.
So he says. I mean, have you seen him give any food out?
Well, if I look to the side, I see nothing to the other side, you see. So he could be doing it when I was looking to the right.
Right. What was his name again?
Deraz.
Can you spell that?
No,
Deraz.
you do know him.
I think this Diraz needs to be checked out. If he's stunting the regrowth of the town at all, that certainly won't be any good. I'm not saying he needs to be.
He would certainly
just
be
a
the
quick
person
talk
to ask about the sea creature.
Hmm.
Whether he's stunting the growth of the town is another matter, and one which I'm sure others could be better equipped to deal with.
So, I'd rather go for the sea creature because I want the ingredients.
Sea creature it is.
Well, if we have to head through the southern docks to get to the light, well, we can head directly south and we'll be at the lighthouse, see? At the juncture between the western and the southern docks. More on the fringes of his territory, like. So we could ask a few questions and not antagonise too many people, perhaps.
You're very intense, aren't you?
Yar.
Door opens and a figure comes in. It is a tiefling. Red skin, black horns. Makes his way across the
Demon.
makes his way across the inn floor, smiling and nodding to everyone he goes past. Morning, gents. Morning, everybody. Enjoying themselves, having a good drink, some food.
We are.
Yeah.
Excellent. That's what I want to hear. And he just makes his way past and goes up to the bar. Moves over to Stony. Stony, a word. Lowers his voice. Talking.
I'll try and listen.
Make a perception check.
To be fair, I think I'll be intrigued as well, and I'd want to listen.
I don't care.
That's a 2.
I want his horns, to be fair.
Kill the thief over the horn.
That's a bit, actually. Okay, cool. 10.
2 and a 10.
Will you 2 and a 10?
Yeah.
You can't make out what he's saying.
I am one.
Alright.
I'm going to ask the table in character. Do tieflings' horns grow back?
What's a tiefling?
Pointing towards the big.
You've seen beings like that before?
Of course. I've been to many courts, entertained many dukes and viscounts. We've had many of different races.
The last I saw of one of them, it was on a painting. It was certainly a lot bigger and more like a demon.
So over where, I also say some of the courts I went to, they were prized servants. I'd argue. They were a status symbol to have as a servant.
Yeah, well, this one's friends with that fella, so I think his status is pretty He's lower than a snake's belly, as they say.
Apples and oranges.
There is only one way to find out.
Bar fight!
Yeah. Well, you could always ask it.
Level 1 bar fight.
Do you want me to go ask two people?
I'll wait for this conversation first because he's still talking to you.
He's still talking, leaning over the bar.
Screw it, I'll go over, see if I
He stops as you come over.
I'll go with you because I need to retrieve my mega pint. Because he hasn't actually brought it over yet.
Oh,
No.
you can just kick off if you don't get it.
Yeah.
Just a barrel.
Paying customers down here, they come first.
I say it's okay, and I put 2 silver on the counter, and I just didn't ask him. So, just a curious question. That's a random, as you can probably see.
Curious question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do your horns grow back if they're cut off?
Well, that is an interesting question, isn't it? If my horns were cut off, would they grow back? Now, no one's ever cut them off, so...
Voluntarily, I was wondering if, for some gold, I could have a bit of a shaving of your horn.
Which one?
How much gold? Because I personally feel like there's nothing that's not on the table if the money's right.
Say 5 gold?
Well, let's say something much larger.
6 gold.
That's not much larger, that's a little bit larger.
Depends on perspective.
You know, my perspective, I see quite a bit.
What's your ballpark?
My ballpark is 5,000 gold. I'm quite attached to my horns, and
Well, that's why I asked
So
if you
tempted
could,
to escalate this part.
that's why I'm asking if they grow back, because you see, I could always have a business
while
class
I'm a
position.
curious individual, I think I'd have to put the price quite high for anyone taking a shaving of my personal area.
Pardon?
I was like, which horn do you think I'm going for?
Well, let's suppose that someone approached you and decided that they wanted to cut a bit of you off. How much gold for that?
Well, to be fair, it's not cutting you off. It's equivalent of you asking for my fingernail.
Yeah, that sounds a bit racist. Let's go more for your finger.
Well, you want to swap your finger for a bit of your horn?
I don't want to swap my finger for a bit of my horn, no.
Oh, we're just talking here.
Well, I'm just enlightening you about how I might feel about my horn. I can't say that anybody else, any other of my kind, would feel the same.
I'll stand there and I'll go, Christ, I don't know, I've just met this fucking guy. And then I'll lean over to you and how about you take his 5 gold and I'll let you keep your arms. I could regret this.
I like it.
We'll just get the town back. Go ahead.
You,
Fight!
it's very bold. Very bold of you. I mean, you're much bigger than me, clearly, but you don't know anything about me. And yet, it's brave. I respect that. What do you do for a living?
I'm between jobs. Just got into town.
As a sailor.
I
thought it'd been hired as a sailor.
I ain't signed nothing.
I was going to say, they're spending over a hand over a coin.
Yeah, so between jobs.
What's your name?
Koresh.
Koresh, it is a pleasure to meet you. Someone as so thoughtlessly violent.
It would be a pleasure to meet you too if I knew your name.
My name is
Goraz?
Goraz.
Well remembered. What is it that you do, Goraz?
Oh, well, I like to think that I help people out, you know. When the town was in a bad way directly after the occupation, I helped stabilise things, make sure everybody was well taken care of. And I'd like to see that you're well taken care of as well. Put in an appropriate place of work.
Right.
Can I insight check that?
Yeah.
Oh.
19.
Goraz seems to be enjoying himself.
At the mention of appropriate place of work, I'll kind of like edge in. Well, if you're looking for people to find appropriate place of work,
Not now, Crassus!
I have a ship as what requires some crew. Send them my way and I'll sort some of those sailors out.
You've got a ship, have you?
I do, aye.
That makes you, Crassus, a very valuable man indeed.
Well, more valuable with a crew, so you send them my way.
What's the name of this ship that you've got?
I've a claim on the dead man's raft.
Dead Man's Raft. I've seen it. It wasn't always yours, I assume.
No, of course not. Ships come and go.
It's just a thing. People sell stuff all the time. And I'm sure, however you got it, was perfectly legitimate in the lawless town we're in at the moment. Now, I'm just thinking that if you have a ship, particularly with things as they are right now, you're perfectly poised to make yourself some decent coin. And if you're looking for a crew, then I wish you the very best of luck. In fact, I'm going to keep an ear out to see if I can find anybody for you. Always hearing about people who are looking for work.
Well, that sounds like a great offer. I'd be mighty grateful. You see, as you say, one has to make a bit of coin to employ sailors, and once one has a bit of coin, one can improve one ship, and then onwards to maybe a few more boats, maybe some improvements to the docks to hold said boats, and everybody has something to gain, not just those involved in the ship directly.
Well, I'll tell you what I could do for a start. I've got a young gent in my employment, name of Demai. And he's alright in what he does, but I'm always one for looking to improve skills. How about if I were to loan him to you in a sort of apprenticeship?
What's he good at?
Not much at the moment, but I'm hoping he'll be quite good when he's finished with it. What I propose is you pay him half wage. I'll pay his other half, and then after a period of time he comes back to me, a skilled sailor, ready to teach people on one of my own boats.
Well, it'd be rude of me to say no to an offer like that when you've said you'll keep an ear out for me for others looking for similar work. I can take on a trainee.
Well, I'm sure Demai will be surprised and delighted. I'll have a word when I get back. Now, let's get back to finding you some work. You big, beautiful beast, you.
Well, yeah.
I mean, occasionally I encounter people who, you see, they're up to no good. And this being a lawless society, then it falls to responsible individuals such as myself to make sure that they do the right thing.
In your eyes.
I'm just looking out for my fellow, I'd like to say man, but anyway, if I were to throw you some coin on request because some lawless individual needed his leg broke, how would you feel about that kind of work? I can tell you're interested.
Well, I suppose if they really deserve it.
I wouldn't suggest it if they didn't deserve it.
You'd be completely honest bloke, would you?
No. No, I'm not completely honest.
Oh, that's very honest of you, actually, ironically.
If someone tells you they're completely honest, they're a liar. Now, I've got things which I like to keep to myself, but with my employees and my friends, they're on my side, they're my family, and I treat them well, and I'm honest with them.
I suppose you could take me on a trial basis, couldn't you?
Alright. Well, I'm going to put you in my book. He pulls out a small leather book and he fresh, right?
Yeah, right. How exactly are you going to be contacting me?
Well, Now we know each other. It won't be a problem.
I'm sure.
So, if I send you a message, we'll see how you do. And if I feel like your heart's in the right place and you're a good, honest man doing the right thing, then we can look at some more permanent, better paid employment.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to meet you. Always nice to meet a useful individual.
Yeah, I think so.
So,
Pick up my mega pint and it's like seeing numbers like Rain Man because I've just been like charmed into thinking, yeah, he's an honest bloke and I'm totally doing something.
Never trust an honest man. It's the dishonest ones you can always trust to be dishonest.
At least it's just a bit shit of the dishonest one.
I'm not getting my horn. I'll leave him.
Yeah, it's just
well,
Let's rip it out.
as you walk away, if you've got the money, I'll reconsider. But for now, it's my horn.
5,000.
5,000.
Okay, I'll come back to you later.
by the time you buy 1,000 gold, I'll go.
Everyone, I'm like level
7,000.
level 16, kicking a fucking door down. We're like, give me that horn.
So as you go away, he leans back into Stoney and he's quiet conversation with you.
I don't believe I asked your name.
So come and take drums to get a horn.
What the bloody hell do you want his horn for?
I don't know what I can do with it yet. That's the point. I haven't had our team.
Right. Okay. just carry on drinking. Nearly got us both fucking killed for a bit of horn you don't even know what to do with.
Warning.
Well, I think I've finished as much as I can be bothered to of this food.
Are you not going to finish the rest of that?
I've had my fill.
Well, Gleason's still hungry, you see.
Gleason is more than welcome for it.
He slides a plate over. Matters not to me, I lost my sense of taste in a freakish accident.
Me and the Dragonborn, there's a lot of saliva all over that.
Well, it was a dare, you see.
So this guy.
I'm also definitely
I'm definitely got no sense of smell.
Knight told me that I didn't have the nerve to lick this fish that he got out to sea. And I did. Won my bet.
Why would you lick the fish, man?
10 gold.
Okay.
There was 10 gold in it.
I'd lick a fish for 10 gold.
I licked it and I got my
I'll
10
lick
gold,
fish
but I
for
haven't
10.
tasted anything since.
Was it worth it?
It seemed like it when I had the 10 gold, but I've long since spent it. Now I can't taste the bloody thing. Not an apple, not a banana, not the meat, not a woman's thigh.
Well, here's you getting that money to restore yourself somewhat at least.
It'll be the first thing I have restored. Me taste.
Not your eye, your hand, your leg.
No.
Taste.
I certainly have a... Well,
There'll be a really disfigured grin coming from under my hood.
investigate a bit more, and I think Elrond, you do as well, don't you? The sea creature.
There's the sea creature, there is the lady in the estuary. I'm sure there's plenty to be investigated.
Well, given as that we're here, that sea creature down by the lighthouse sounds like a good place to start.
I'm thinking if that's going to be stopping a lot of trade or a lot of the ships coming into the town, it might stop a lot of or slow down the progress of the rebuilding of the town. I would certainly, if I am capable of playing any aid to...
Sorry, what is it that you can do?
Don't know, it depends on the situation.
Well, he's not a man of the sea, that's for sure, so he'll be no good on the water.
It depends what the situation is and what's happening down there, but if there is...
Can you swim at least?
I can swim.
That's a good place to start.
Are you in heavy armour? I was going to say, you cannot swim.
So,
Are you good with your fists or your head?
Well, from the things he's been saying, I wouldn't presume he's good with his head, especially given the amount of coin he's been handing out, you see.
I don't like to see people go hungry, and I don't want there to be any chance of that. I am good with various amount of things. We are good with a various amount of things, and we shall see. It all depends on the circumstances, doesn't it?
As always. And your skills, I'm sorry?
My skills more lie in the academic studies, I would argue. Just, I like alchemy. I want to explore the world of alchemy. Let's go with that. That's what I want to do.
I'm just like chugging my mega pint. It's just like
Good
what?
I'm sorry, what was your name?
It'll be really hard to hear anything he's saying because his jaw's all out of position.
What'd you say?
Yar, Zelfar.
You've got a strange accent, makes it difficult to understand you.
I get that.
Say it again.
Zelfar.
Zofar. I'll remember that. Well, I might be disabled. There's nothing wrong with what's upstairs.
But apart from partial hearing.
I did lose my ear tip.
The kind of
So I'm in a robe with a staff. I don't know if you'd get anything from that.
Oh. If you're good with academia and multi-purpose Stanley knife,
16 intelligence.
let's go and speak to some seamen.
Sorry.
We find that term somewhat derogatory, if you don't mind.
Are you not men of the sea?
We are, but you see, seaman has a way been misinterpreted by those childish ones in the room, such as these.
We like
Yes, I would be laughing.
ocean people.
I'm an acting character, but I'm laughing.
They're more your people than mine, Crassus.
Call them what they are. Salty bastards.
Salty bastards it is then.
Salty bastard.
Right, time's wasting. Where we go? Lighthouse, was it?
Goraz finishes his conversation and he makes his way out, smiling and nodding to the group as he goes.
First time I've ever seen one of those. Let's
Off we go.
head off.
Off we go, yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Sorry, Gleason, one last question. Is the Western Dock still in use? We haven't been into it.
Yes, you can go to the Western Docks with no problem. That's where we are right now.
I wasn't sure if the ships were able to come and go.
Whatever it is not affecting this area. Maybe its lair is there in the Southern Docks. Maybe it's some spellcaster perched in a house trying to affect the water. Maybe it's one of those tentacle-basted things, what they be called, a kraken. Maybe it's a large turtle.
Thank you, Gleason.
If it were a turtle, how would it be pulling stuff down?
Some sort of winch and harness, I imagine.
I'm gonna stand and start walking down.
Yeah, I'll get up and follow as well.
Yes.
I'm going to finish off this meal, but I shall see you later, Captain.
I'll keep an eye out for you, Gleason.
What, the right eye? The one he's missing?
You so know he's going around telling everyone he's employed by you, right?
Probably. Any propaganda is good propaganda.
No
All
such thing.
news is good
I was
news.
gonna say, no such thing as bad publicity.
Yeah.
So I suppose we'd head down to Western Docks or straight to the lighthouse.
Are we heading that way to...
Yeah, because we
Well,
were in the
yeah,
Western
so we've
Docks,
been
weren't we?
told the southern docks are blocked off at the moment,
Yeah.
so...
Are they blocked
we'd-
off from like the wall?
No, they're
It'd
blocked...
be good to walk across along the front, wouldn't it? We can get a glimpse of what's going on at the Western
Yeah,
Docks
so
as we
we're
go
better
past
to
and
go
head down
from
to the
here
south.
sort of down.
And we'll see if we can find any abled, salty bastards down that way. Might be worth investigating in the lighthouse itself.
That'd be
Imagine
my
these are
first
big,
idea.
It's dock hands.
Okay. So the group make their way out of the dregs.
We are the dregs.
The air is cool, blowing in from the sea. You find your clothes pulled by the wind. And there's a chill to it, so you almost pull your clothes to it if you feel the effect of it. When you make your way through the streets heading south, there are a few boats here. You see some of them are bringing in catches of fish or other goods, but they're sparse. They're looking further out. You can see there are a couple of ships that are floundered further out. For the most part sunk, but it's quite shallow out there, so portions of the boat's still sticking up above surface. Nobody on those at the moment. You, as you make your way through the streets, you can see various townsfolk moving around now. Some carrying bags or sacks, pushing carts along. You get to the point where the main part of the jetty is here, and this is filled completely with boats at the moment. Pretty much as Gleason described, they're a very limited place to actually pull a boat up to. So this is full, and you can see there are a few other boats further out. The access of the southern dock being so limited has put a bit more pressure on here. So it's quite busy down the front, lots of people hanging around. There's a small wooden hut that's on the front of this area. It's really not large at all, but about big enough for maybe 3 or 4 people to stand upright in it. And that has a red and white painted roof and a sign on it which said "Pig Buns." There's a few people queued up at the front of that trying to get whatever it is that they're serving. So that's what you see as you make your way further south. I assume, do you stop to talk to anybody or do you keep going?
Can I keep an eye out just in like the wet edge areas? Can I find any reeds as I'm walking along?
Yeah, there's no problem. It's without any problem at all. You see customers you can
just pick
pop down.
Pick up a piece of reed, just trim it to what I need, and
all right.
Do we see any sailors?
There looks like there's plenty here, actually. There are ample sailors and not enough boats, if anything.
I'll crack off a few posters on posts as we go by the docks. Just slap a few up. Just go.
What have you got there? Is that you in that picture?
Well, it's an embellished image. I don't have such a fine moustache, but...
You certainly have the hat, though, don't you?
Arr.
And you're recruiting, are you?
I'm looking for experienced sailors.
I've got quite a bit of experience.
Do you now? What would that be?
Well, I've been on more than one boat. I am quite an observant individual. Keen eyes, see quite far.
And when you say you've been on several boats, have you actually sailed them? Or have you just been a passenger?
I've been an active member of a crew on at least 6 boats. Maybe 7, but I'm not sure one of them counted.
And why is that?
Well, it was more of a cruise, you know?
I suppose the crews were not counted.
It wasn't a working boat, so
James, how far out are the boats that are waiting to dock?
Anywhere between 100 to 200 feet out.
Okay, I'll go to the sailor and you say you got keen eyes.
Oh, you are a big one, aren't you?
Oh yes.
What can I do with you?
I'll point out to one of the boats out at sea.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me what it says? What markings are on their sails?
Well, let me see here.
Also, he said, can anyone actually verify that? Because I can't see shit.
I'll give it a try to see what it's
I can't.
Let me have. Unfortunately, part of the name is beneath the water, but I can see the last few letters are HCID.
I'll guide myself and have a look as well. 17.
You can certainly see the CID, just like the person's did.
Well, you weren't lying about your keen eyes, that's for sure.
Oh, why would I lie? You'd only find me out if I took the roll and couldn't see anything.
Well, that's true, but you get all sorts these days. Things being as they are, most people are desperate for work. We're just testing your credentials, so I hope you won't take no offence at that.
Oh, no, I get far worse when I'm on the boat than, maybe you can't see anything. You know what sailors are like.
Well, if you're an experienced man, then
I'd
be happy to employ you as a part of my crew, so I would.
Well, what's the pay like? I don't tie knots for just anyone, you know.
That'll be standard rates. That'll be 2 gold a month.
Oh my goodness, I am your man.
In the Navy.
Who was your last captain? Why are you not sailing with them now?
He's dead.
That'll do it. Yeah.
Yeah. His name was Kiran, and he had a ship, and that is tragically now has burned and sunk, I believe the expression is, and he went down with it all right.
And what's your name, sir?
My name is Pellis.
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 Well, I'd be glad to have you on my crew, Pellis.
Well, I'll be glad to serve under you. What's your name?
I'll be Captain Crassus.
Captain Crassus. Well, I'm good with a rope and good with my eyes. And, any sailors on the boat are sure of a surprise when I'm there, I can tell you that much.
We've got a predator, meow.
Herbert the Pervert.
Well, if you have any other friends also of a seaworthy attribute, then let them know I'm recruiting. And the details are here, and I'll point to the poster that I put up.
I'll pass the word, but as long as there's a role for me, then I'll see what I can do. Where do I report to?
I'll be around these parts. Well, given that the Dregs is the only really establishment of note still operating, I'll be lurking around there at Western Docks. I'm a bit hard to miss with this on my head, so I am.
I assumed it was a publicity thing, but it does keep the sun off your...
It's a permanent fixture. Well, I can't take it off, you see, but I'm...
Oh, no.
I quite appreciate this. It's excellent for keeping the weather and the wind off, so
And
it
the
is.
sun out of your eyes as well, I imagine.
It's multifunctional.
It
one
must
might
be a
say.
nightmare if you want to lie down there.
Well, I take it off when I want to lie down.
I
So.
thought you said you couldn't take it off.
Well, I said I could take it off. It's not completely a permanent fixture. Perhaps a permanent affectation would have been a better word.
Okay. All right. Is it a boldness thing? Is that?
I'll just pop it off and... No, I've got hair.
You've got
Does it be like a...
quite a full head of hair, but I must say you do have hat hair or crab hair. I don't know what that is, but
Well, I'm not so worried about my appearance. I'm a man of action, and I expect others who serve with me to be men of such too. As long as you can do your job, I care not what you look like.
I wouldn't sign up to any ship that I wasn't going to see plenty of action on.
How long's the queue for the pig buns? Sorry.
No, please get it off before he starts hitting on someone.
I'll just sort of like shake my head and walk over and sort of sit at the back of the queue and try and see if this is looks and smells.
No, well, it looks like
a bit more.
there's the smell of food and they
Yeah.
are serving, so you wait. So 3 people can wait. Hello, what can I get you?
Well, probably a pig bun.
So what, we've got pig bun and we've got desalinated water.
Do what? I think I'll just have a pig bun. How much is a pig bun?
3 copper for a pig bun.
I'll walk up behind him and I go, I'm going to give you a gold. And I want you to give out...
Brian, would you stop giving your fucking gold away?
I want you to give out 3 pig buns until that gold has run out to whoever comes up.
Well, okay, I can do that.
Yeah, you heard the man. He said I can have 3 pig buns.
Absolutely.
Remember the other people. You fat
You totally know as soon as you're out of sight.
I will just give out pig buns until the money runs out.
That is what I'd like.
Guarantee the second you turn your
How many
back,
pig buns do you
you
want?
keep selling them.
I'll take about 11, I suppose. I can only count up to 11.
No problem.
So how many fingers I've got?
I can only count to 4.
Plus
I
one.
can only count
I'm
to
moving.
4.
He lays out a cloth and he lays these dark brown buns with the. You can really see the grain in these.
Yeah.
Delicious.
And there's like a flat meat thing with a thick piece of fat as well that's wet and soaking the bottom part of the bun. And he
My favourite.
lays out 11 of these things in and folds it over. There you go.
Are you gonna be baby cradling?
Yeah,
as you
I will cradle them and just eat them one at a time, nice and just casually.
Krabby Patty.
It's bacon. It's bacon in there.
Oh,
and
nice.
it's nice.
Sort of walk back over to the group.
Palace.
Oh, hello.
Have you sailed around the Southern Dock recently?
Well, I'm finding myself short of a water horse to sail on, if you know what I mean.
Have you heard any rumours from any of your fellow sailors?
Well, sailors do like to have a bit of a gossip. And they're always telling tales about who's done what, who's done who, and all stuff like that, you know what I mean? There's monsters under every wave. And there are monsters in every harbour.
I bet there is. Any monsters in particular around the lighthouse area that you may have heard
Oh,
of?
you'd be talking about that incident, eh?
Which incident was this?
Well, apparently lots of them are talking that there's something under the water there that's pulling ships down or crashing them onto the rocks. And one apparently got twisted around and pulled hard into the rocks and did quite a bit of damage.
Do you know if there are any survivors from that wreck?
I don't know. I wasn't there myself, I'm only telling you what I've heard from other people.
Do you know what the name of the ship was?
Oh. It had a woman's name, I think. But I don't know exactly what it was. Susie? Jane? Or something like that.
That's too different. Thank you, Palace.
Maybe it was an animal. Oh. Like Susie Lion or like Jane. Like hamster or something. It doesn't seem like a good name for a boat, so you normally go for something more aggressive or majestic for boats. So maybe like Jane. I'll be honest, I'm just making stuff up at this stage. I think it's a woman's name anyway.
A woman's name. Thank you.
Are you on the crew?
I may venture with Crassus at some point, yeah.
Oh, well, in that case, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet
It'd be
you.
nice to be working with you. Are you going to be high ranking or are you starting at the bottom?
Well, Crassus is the captain, so I would be wherever Crassus would put me.
Well, in my experience, we all start at the bottom and then work your way up as quickly as you can. It's all about how effective you are, I think. Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing who we have on this merry little ship of his.
Sounds like it could be a glorious adventure.
Well, as long as I get to do my part, then I'll be happy. And it's more important to get my 2 gold because I've got plans for that.
What are your plans with them?
Oh, that's a conversation for night time in the bunks. We'll be out at sea for a while, you see, and you'll find if you don't save a story for when you're out there, then you're just playing cards all the time or throwing dice, and that just leads to violence.
It was a pleasure meeting you, Palace.
Pleasure meeting you.
Elro.
Elro. Okay. And Pellis makes their way off, goes over to another fisherman, he puts his arm around his shoulder. Have you heard about this?
Oh, I think you're going to get your crew quickly with him aboard.
Well, I hope so. Every day without a crew is every day that poor ship sitting there. She needs her repairs, so she does. So sooner I have a crew, sooner I can get it to the docks and sort that out.
Well, if you make your name by finding out what this creature is and defeating it, it will certainly make a mark.
I'd hope so. It should help get the name around at least somewhat. And infamy is as good as fame these days, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, let's see what your destiny is, and we'll carry on. I'll carry on walking down.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll probably head off while you were talking to. I'm not much of the talking type. More of the action type.
Crassus, the crustacean that saved the southern docks.
I'll be berating you about controlling your
People don't
fucking
get to know that
finances.
part. History records what the victors say.
It does.
As it's written.
What's his name? Draz knows where it's at. With the man, you acquired that chip, did you?
Goraz.
Yeah, I've got too many
Yeah, I'm not the burning
ship. Don't need that one.
I was like, yeah, I'm not the burning ship.
Piss on the fires.
Ah!
Yeah, Deros is the guy in the dock. Goraz was the tiefling. There we go.
Yeah.
What scratcher?
That's the appropriate one.
Just gonna move you.
So is that the lighthouse?
Sorry, yeah.
No, we're not down there yet.
No.
Jam it under here.
Dock area.
This is the western.
Western Dark area.
There's an upturned
That's
boat.
such a cool map.
Yeah, it is cool. Are we looking for something specific here?
Well, I imagine that's kind of that's a wagon, but that.
Yarp. Yarp.
Where is it?
Probably the best representation as to where we are. Certainly
Coming
one
in
which.
These maps.
Oh, it could be that one, couldn't it? That can be the pigs thing.
Those two were the ones that were in the pub with us, aren't they?
Yes. So that could be the pigs thing there, I suppose. Yeah, probably the closest. Which
Mine's cheaper than that.
And then are we doing
all
like
night.
south that way, lighthouse that way? And
well, that's where we're headed towards. Ultimately, is towards the lighthouse, and we're going to investigate a lighthouse. And
I shall
Die.
help everyone on the way there.
you'll help everybody on the way there.
Well, I'm trying. Helping as he knows how to help. Paying for them food. There's money's sparse around there, so
What you need to do is roll 100 dice and then
so much weight.
double it and take away that much silver.
yes, I like
So
that.
heavy
Weight.
for a plastic. Are you a dragonborn?
Yeah.
Nice. Feel the way
I need to get my supply off you.
Just
Oh yeah.
Chunky monkey.
We'll have to find
A dodgy alley to make an exchange.
Oh yeah, this is in character stuff. Yeah.
I wasn't thinking that.
There's a bit more going on.
Really? Is it like Pellis?
No, not quite.
He's not Alistair then.
No, he's not. Oh look,
Poor
you can
Alistair.
get past me, but puts his top half back, his bottom half out.
Woo, you can get past me.
Oh, the late great.
Just see his pants going.
Didn't even get a chance for a funeral, did he?
Is he dead? Is he?
We
Oh,
tried.
Alistair is well and truly gone.
We tried.
Where did Alistair die?
He died in the church. You were there.
You're the dragonborn. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that Alistair.
You were helping me drag his ass around.
I was thinking of you one in Archie's campaign. Yeah, friend.
Oh, Kelrick, yeah.
It's
It's basically donkey.
So where did we get to? Where's this? Sorry.
This is moving on the western
This is the
docks.
dock,
That's
right,
just
okay.
where we were. So we've done that as like the pork wrap area.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So you guys just over there and
Okay, so you spoke to Pellis. You've gone and got yourself an 11-inch.
11 bacon rolls, essentially.
So 4 inches per roll.
44 inches.
I am excited.
All right, long.
Carry on then towards the lighthouse. So
Yeah.
the lighthouse comes into view pretty soon. It's on an outcrop of rock some distance to the right. So the because the area here is so rocky, you move over more towards just walking along the beach area. You get to you can see the walls of the town on your left, and you get to the outer point where the walls curve round. At this point, you can see that a barricade has been built down to the sea's edge, preventing access to the southern docks. And there are a number of people stood on that barricade. It's some distance off from where you are at the moment, but you can see it from here. And off to the right, walking along the beach and onto the rocks, you can see the lighthouse ahead. It stands probably. You think there might be 3 or 4 levels in it, and then just obviously an area where a flame would burn. Nothing in there at the moment, however. This looks like it's all quiet by that, but some distance off, and there's rocks to go through at the moment.
How close are we to the barricade?
So, well, you're not quite at it yet at the moment.
Okay.
You're still in an area
But we
where
can see people milling on.
yeah, you're in the last bit of docks themselves. You can sort of see it's going to go up to. It's going over to sand immediately, and then you're about 100 feet away from the
So are we going to like the southern side of the lighthouse? Is that where we're heading?
Heading to the lighthouse.
To the lighthouse, yeah. That's where we're coming from the northern edge.
Are we going to have to pass through this barricade to
No.
get to the lighthouse?
No, you won't have to.
Might be worth asking the people on the palace barricade.
So,
What they
Yeah,
know.
because I was like, are we heading to this side of the lighthouse?
yeah, you're heading up to here. The barricade is over here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
You're
we're
just coming
still
down
here. But,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, if you want to speak to the ones in the barricade, perhaps I can speak to them. I'm quite unassuming. I'm not as threatening as some of these others. You know, they might take offence to, some big armoured people showing up asking questions.
That was quite wise, that bud.
Pretend to be quite wise.
Inside check.
Go for it. That voice is fucking strong.
Are we waiting here then whilst you go up and
Oh,
check
you're
the
welcome.
barricade?
You're welcome to join me, but I'd suggest perhaps the ones more prone to
Divine sense.
violence. Perhaps don't come with me.
Well, you just pop up anyway because he's a fiend, isn't it?
Oh,
Yeah,
I'll
probably
come with
think
you.
they could also tell with
I like to think I'm a bit of a negotiator.
And essentially, we're looking for what they know of any
Just want to
beasts
know-
under the waters.
Yeah, just a bit more information about this beast. See if they've got any information, like they've seen tentacles come out of the water, that sort of thing.
And if you can also glean any information about current management, as it were, just on the side. But I wouldn't push that one too hard with that.
I'm sure I'll find out being on this barricade. I'll wander offward.
Yep.
It's Lucius, isn't it?
Lucius, yeah.
I'll wander towards the barricade there. And
Okay. All right, you get closer to it. As you do, you see one of the guys who sat there, sees you and nudges them, and then a few of them stand up. They're not pointing them, but it looks like they've clearly got crossbows. And one guy sort of leans on it. Hey there! Are you okay?
quite well, thank you very much.
Well, it's good to hear. Good to hear. Nice to see that everybody's doing so well after how horrible it's been, and you seem to be looking healthy.
I'm certainly in one piece.
So, what can we do for you?
Well, I'm pretty new to this city, to be honest. I've not really been here before. I have 2 points. One, why is this area so guarded? Is there anything special about it?
Oh, it's because of food shortages, you see. Well, by order of City Council, we're to control access to the food areas until things settle down.
I see. That's unfortunate. So is no one allowed to just pass through your barricade?
Well, no, unless they've actually got viable work in the harbour, so people who are working on boats and such, who are going to go out and be bringing food in, or working in any of the warehouses which are storing that food, yes, but we're trying to keep the civilians. There's been so much looting, you know.
What would I be allowed through? I'm a priest of Allah, you see. I'm I'm here to help people and aid people. Would you restrict me from entering?
Well, it's not for me to decide. I'm sure if you go up to the hall, or go to the main gate that leads into the southern docks, you'll be able to talk to someone there, and speak to someone authority, and they'll get you a pass, and then you'll be able to work in the docks.
So there's only one place I could do that. I can't do that.
I'm just guarding the wall, as it were. I'm not the person doing the paperwork and stuff like that. My primary concern, the primary concern of all of these concerned citizens, is that no one goes looting food supplies which are needed for the poor and hungry.
That sounds like a noble thing to do.
Well, it's not paid, but hopefully when things settle down, this won't be necessary. We can get back to earning a proper living.
Of course. And the second reason that I'm here, I was in one of the taverns back there, and I heard rumours of some strange beast in the waters by that lighthouse back there.
Oh yeah, everybody stayed clear there since that incident.
Would you? I'm sure you spend a lot of time here, defending it so well. Could you regale me with the story of what you know of it?
Well, I've heard that a couple of ships have crashed into it, but if you ask me, drunks. Plenty of boats out there. No alcohol in the town, I reckon. As soon as they get out there on the sea, they are just swigging it like there's no tomorrow. They can't pilot the ships properly, sail them straight into the rocks.
That's very unfortunate. You'd think that, established sailors would be able to avoid the rocks.
I think you'd be right. If they could get to dock and they could drink overnight when they're all... but I reckon they're out there drinking when they're at the tiller, as it were.
I see. So it's not any particular, ships or anyone...
Oh, well, I haven't seen anything myself. I'm watching the wall. I can see the lighthouse, but I haven't seen it myself. But I imagine that's what it is. 9 times out of 10. In fact, I'm going to go further than that and say 99 times out of 100. When some sailor tells you they've seen a monster, it's just the way the sea was, or they're drunk, or...
But if it was to be a monster, what's the common story everyone's saying? Is it some beast with claws? Is it a big mouth?
It's always the kraken, but you're not going to get a kraken in the shallows of the docks now.
Yes, that's true.
And they are fond of a mermaid.
Never heard of such a thing.
Half woman, half fish. I mean, some of them tell, of course, that it's the bottom half is the fish and the top half is the woman. Some say the other half. Even heard one drunken guy saying the left half was the fish and the right half was the woman.
Although, that would be quite a sight.
Yes, that was Davey, though, and he's an imbecile.
That's how unfortunate.
David was the one.
So that's
get you to thinking, though. What if the front half was a fish and the back half was a woman? It just doesn't seem practical. I can't even imagine how the flesh would join.
Whichever side tasted better, I suppose.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah, I was like...
I even wish to conceive such a thing. It sounds quite...
It's ridiculous. The fins just wouldn't work.
So your belief in your esteemed position here is that it's just drunken sailors.
Well, I'm not based on anything. I'm speculating. The truth is, I don't know. But I'm just saying, most of the time when someone says sea monster, someone's drunk.
But you've not seen anything to give reason for these claims?
No, I haven't. Mostly what I've seen is people trying to get in here and steal food. When I see one of those, crossbow bolt right in their arse.
That would certainly deter people.
I'd like to think so.
Well, I think that's all I needed to know. I mean, do you have any questions?
No, I was just here to support you just in case.
Yeah.
We'll be on our way, and perhaps I'll come back with one of these passes. I can
Well, you
move
come
freely.
out of a pass, and then I'll have no choice but to let you through. And I must say, it's been very nice to speak to someone who's been so civil and polite about it. The amount of people who come up and just demand to come in.
Well, you're clearly doing a job. I mean,
Doing a job.
how can I fault you for that? And thank you very much for your time.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Right.
I'll be on my way now. And I'll turn around and
get back to my sandwich.
Jimmy's just happy we didn't kill an NPC.
Yeah, so far he's put some tempted NPCs against us. So every time you've been like,
Just number them until you find out whether they get killed or not, and then you give them a name.
I say, with NPCs like Pellis, I don't think he's got to worry about you killing the NPCs. I think you've got to worry about the NPCs doing something unsavoury with you.
More trauma to
Sometimes
add
I
to
lie there
this.
at night waiting for someone to put a hit on me.
I'll turn to the group, and the guard seems, he's a lovely gentleman. He seems to be doing his job. Apparently, need a pass to get through. There's a main gate for this southern dock. You have to go through there first if you want to have access. No one can just freely go through. You have to be, valuable apparently. And as for the lighthouse, he gives no credence to the story of a monster other than, sailors talk of, krakens and various things. He thinks it could be potentially just drunken sailors that can't sail very well.
Sounds like the words of a lubber to me. He's clearly spent no time aboard a ship. What's he think we're doing? Drinking at the tiller day in, day out?
He did
We have proper discipline on a ship. If everyone was drunk, we'd get nowhere.
He did insist that he was just speculating. He has no basis for the truth of the matter, but...
Well, it's outrageous slander that we'd be drunk at the tiller. Any sensible captain would at least have a sober helmsman.
With a mouthful of bacon roll, I'll just be like... Could just ask a lighthouse keeper rather than speculate.
I imagine there is a lighthouse keeper, yes. Perhaps that's the next person we should speak to.
I mean, what's the chances that the lighthouse keeper is going to have actually seen what's pulled it under? It's quite far away.
He'd certainly have the best seat in town for it, though. Apart from on the ship itself.
Start wrapping another bacon roll.
Maybe.
How many got through so far?
4. Maybe the lighthouse keeper is the monster.
I suppose there's only one way to find out. We better head over there and see.
When I do this, I sound like you. Yarr.
You feel a desperate need to join in.
Yeah, because when I do this, it gives me that kind of voice.
You can't get on the boat unless you can do the voice.
If you cannot do the voice, you cannot be on the crew.
Or you're going to do it by accident, darling.
There's always an exception.
Bellis is the one exception.
Alright.
So I guess we'll wander towards the lighthouse itself.
Yep.
Okay. Alright. So as you move further out, this area, as I say, it gets more beachy, and you're wading through the sand. The sand is light and dry, moves beneath your feet very easily, making your footsteps more drudging. If you ever try to run along a beach, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Good for resistance training.
Okay.
I pick up a few grains of sand, put them in my pocket.
I wonder what you're collecting here.
I've got a bag of sand.
So as you get close to the lighthouse, which is on a large area of rocks, looms up above you. Seems to be all quiet around it. What's the approach like? How are you going to go up to this?
I'm completely nonchalant. I don't think twice about it.
If there's a door, we'll go towards the door.
Okay. So you start heading, get close to the doors. The sea seems to be quite rough at the moment. It was breezy when you stepped out of the dregs earlier. But now you're down and you've got the southern sea ahead of you. It's battering this area of sand quite aggressively. To the point where as you're close enough, the water comes right up and then washes straight across from one side to the other.
Can I do a perception just to see, is there any evidence that are eminence of boats that are crashed against there? Is there anything poking out of the waves?
You just hear where a bit of wood is going clunk clunk against the rocks.
Yep. Okay.
I'm looking out for crabs. After my last encounter next to
So we got crabs.
It's like scraping the floor.
I certainly am looking out for crabs. Dirty, great, big, freaking
But you sound
crabs.
them beneath rather than the sound of
Found
them.
one.
Perception. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Nice.
So you're looking for any signs of...
Yeah, any signs of sea monsters and wrecked ships on the rocks?
Delicious.
So you pause it. I'll just make it quick like that. How about that?
Go! Point me buying this new tool.
Alright, so you're moving along. Lighthouse is over here as it goes. And you pause for a moment to pick up some sound crasses. Put it in your pouch and then look out towards the water. You check out the beach itself, but obviously difficult to see as with every bit of water that washes in, the sand then immediately changes. So no signs of any tracks or anything like that. And as I say, the water is so aggressive at some points it washes up completely, covering all of your feet and going straight across over to the other side. You look out, you can see on the rocks over there, there is part of a ship that's been brought onto it. It seems that there's just the aft of the ship left. The bulk of it is gone and shattered. So if it was just the rocks or whatever took it, it was violent enough. The water washes in again and over all of your feet. Seems the tide's coming in, and when it's high tide, it will probably isolate the lighthouse altogether.
I'll say a brief prayer to Eli for the lost sailors and head on after the rest.
Okay.
When you do your prayer to Allah, I'll spit on the ground.
As we look along the beach,
Yeah.
can we see where sort of like the seaweed ends? Can we see where
Yeah,
there's no real because it
Like
isolates
that.
the islands altogether, doesn't it? Where the lighthouse is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there won't be a high tide line.
Beyond the rocks where we get to.
Yeah.
Is there
the
any
lighthouse.
way of like determining whether the tide is coming in or going out?
You said it's on the way in.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
on
the
way in.
wave-
Sorry, I
waves
must have missed that. Yeah.
Gradually covering our feet more and more
Yeah,
as they come
the only
in.
line you'd see would be like along the rocks. You'd get all that mossy stuff, so you'd see how high it went from that. Like, there's no motion.
Oh,
I have frozen the waves.
There's no motion in the ocean.
You're welcome.
That is my God helping us there.
That's the
I'm
prayer to
holding
Allah.
back the water.
If you could just part it for us, please.
All right, Neo.
One moment while I just get. I haven't got a
Oh yeah,
staff.
I suppose.
You could borrow mine if that helps.
I
It
do.
means you can part the waters.
Now you have to do the Bruce Almighty.
oh, run it again.
Stupid answers. What's fucking the maps?
Could I do just a little check behind us to see if we're being followed by anyone as well?
Okay.
Why would we be?
I am just
followed?
watching the crabs.
Watching for crabs.
Well, any sea creature or anything which may approach us from the sea.
I probably don't see anything.
I do not look at all fussed about the sea.
I got a 7.
A
I'm
7.
traumatized by the big crabs which nearly killed 2 people.
So you're looking out to see if anybody's
Yeah,
following you.
shadows.
You're looking out for crabs. But yeah, otherwise you're praying to Allah. We're moving on towards the
The lighthouse.
lighthouse itself. Okay. So the water washes in again more aggressively, coming halfway up your calves at this stage. So it's
Fine by me.
Is the ground a bit higher if you go a bit further inland and kind of like walk diagonally in?
yeah. You want to move a bit further in?
Yes.
Okay, so move a bit further away from the water's edge. The water seems to follow you with the tide coming the way it is. So even though you move in, the water seems to maintain pace with you.
Walking at an angle to try and keep the water as low as I can because I'm in armour.
I'll just walk through the
So
water.
you start trudging up the bank there with the sand sort of giving way before you, rocks underneath it. And there's suddenly a wave comes much larger than the rest, crashing over the beach, and then a second one that completely engulfs Kresh. Kresh disappears for a moment beneath the water, being knocked off your feet, you go prone.
How tall's Kresh?
And there goes your bacon rolls.
No, the bacon rolls!
So as the water peels back from him, Kresh
7 and a bit feet.
So you get knocked around, but you can come up again. So water pours off his
My
face.
pig buns!
Yeah.
Bride's getting pouring at like the water and the sand.
And as he stands up, the water lifts up behind him and stretches out, and then goes to slam down on top of him again. Can I have initiative from everybody, please?
Ooh, fancy.
I can just imagine 7 foot fucking orc. Oh,
He did the shit out of this for me because he's in the driver's seat.
In the driver's seat.
Is that special?
I know it's really handy having Harriet next to the.
Yeah, it's a requirement.
Oh, I don't
You were
think
instantly the
anybody
DM's aid.
worse than me. So,
it's from where you like this one patronage.
anybody roll
is it?
lower than
Really
a
bright.
1.
Oh yeah, just on the.
Let's
It
get my
is
nut 1
actually
out of the way
possible
now.
for me to get a -1.
Too.
Ross.
You rolled says 2
Nat
nat
1
ones.
as well.
I've got a nat 1 as well.
Okay, what's your plus on initiative?
None.
So you are a flat 1.
Yeah, roll off.
It's a roll off.
Yeah, roll off.
Oh, it's up here, isn't it?
Yeah,
none.
that's it, yeah.
It's a roll off.
16.
Yep.
What did you get?
15 for the second roll.
Oh,
But anyway, that dice is going away. So that's
It dice
1 to
prison.
5. 6 to 10. 11 to 15.
11.
12.
11, 12, 16 to 20.
17.
19.
So we've got 16.
Yep.
Yours 17, 19 for Briar.
21.
I'm so upset I lost my pig buns.
My big buns! You're gonna spend your first action go, fuck you! No, my big buns.
Alright. So, as you're reaching out desperately for your pig buns, this water rises up. A fish moves through the water as this thing lifts up and then slams down on you.
Imagine it's a fish which is really going to hurt them because it's just slamming in your face.
And it's slapped with a wet fish. Like.
Open wide, moho.
Right, dirty 20 to hit you.
I only have an AC of 10, so
I think that's going to be it.
Wow! Your AC is lower than mine.
Where's AC than Dramos?
Have you got armour equipped?
yeah.
Yeah, you've got your armour on.
In the last campaign, my armour got damaged.
Oh.
Might have a great big hole in it from the acid.
Oh dear.
Oh.
So I've got nothing substantial on.
And
Oh,
his
you're
weapon
getting
might be at
slapped.
minus
Okay.
1 to hit as well.
8 points of bludgeoning damage.
8 points of bludgeoning damage.
And you are grappled.
Where is the thingy?
Sucked.
Or is it gonna change?
As it slams you a second time, getting
10 or more.
16 to hit you.
I was like,
Enough to hit you
10 or more?
Uh-huh.
for an additional 14 points of damage.
Damn.
I'm regretting that all of my spells are pretty much water based. So what am I going to do? Tidal wave a tidal wave?
Okay.
Great.
You could push it away.
So, this water slams down on the top of Kresh, and the water wraps around him. And as he tries to rise again, you can see the water is wrapped around Kresh's body and lifts him up into the air.
I'm going to bonus action a 10-foot long tentacle. Yeah. Nice! Ka-ching!
Is that XP for Jamie?
Ka-ching! They last for a minute.
Okay.
When I cast it, I can do an attack within 10 foot.
It's
So
like a spiritual weapon, isn't it?
it basically is like a spiritual weapon, but it's Tentacle of the Deeps, it's called. So 12 with pluses. Let me just double check what the plus is. Don't hear this. No, it's not. It's on the action. Why do you keep pressing that?
I think it's your spell attack.
Yeah, I think it's a +5 on that, so it'd be like a 17. It is on the action. Yeah, +5. So it's a 17 to hit.
So it is a hit. Is a hit.
Is what I'm getting.
And then it's 1d8 +3. So it's 6 points of, I think it's 6 points of cold damage, and then for my action.
Okay.
That's a bonus action.
Yeah, that's a bonus action. That is.
Okay, as the tentacle slams into it, then at the back of it starts to freeze over, and the one sort of watery arm wrapped in all turns to ice.
And then I'm going to chill touch it, which is an attack. So a skeletal hand will come up against it for 19.
That's it.
Which is 1d8 of necrotic damage. For 6 points of necrotic damage. And I will back up a bit.
Because I'm level 1.
Yep.
Alright, then you're done.
Yeah, that's me done.
Brian.
Level 1, run away! Yeah, the Fathomless Warlock from Tasha's Cauldron. I was like, ooh.
Lurch right above you.
So I'm going to chill touch it for 23. Ethereal hand,
spell.
however, that comes out of skeletal. Just ethereal. I extend my hand. Ethereal
It's a
comes
ghostly
out.
skeletal hand in the space of the creature within range.
D8. I got 8 necrotic damage.
Okay.
And can it make me a wisdom saving throw?
Oh,
13 is the number you're looking for.
No, 11.
Frightened from me.
Like I say, my chill touch says it can't regain hit points until the start of my next turn.
Yep.
And if I hit an undead target, it's not undead, but yeah. Until the next turn, the hand clings to the target, so it's like a skeletal
And it
hand.
doubly can't regain hit points.
Alright,
until its next
cool.
turn.
I didn't read that.
Are you done?
Until the end of my next turn, you're frightened.
Right.
Sorry, I was just checking whether or not I needed another save or anything, and that's me done.
Alright, so he's frightened of you. He can't move closer to you then.
Guess that means I'm safe.
Well,
Stood directly behind.
move round.
Yeah, you can't move
Can't
closer,
move
so
closer.
technically.
You'd have to go quite. You'd have to go a long way.
Yeah, you have to go a long way around. You have to go like 10-foot circle round.
Oh fuck, that one can though.
So, he will.
So that makes my mind up one.
He'll move in like this, I think. And natural 20.
Oh, shit.
Goodbye.
Although you didn't claim who you're going to hit first.
Oh, it was obviously him.
Multiple dice there, Josh.
Are these like elemental Hydra things? Because at the back that looks like it's got the Hydra split.
14 points of bludgeoning damage.
I am
Ouch.
You're not insta-dead though, hopefully.
not dead. I'm down.
Okay, so he goes down. You see him pass out. As
Press the
water wraps around him, and he gets lifted up. I have a second attack, which I'm going to put on Crassus.
Oh yeah.
That's a 20 dirty.
Yeah, it won't be much of a challenge. We all know that I've got less than 10 AC usually,
You mean
so
that hat's not heavy armor?
unfortunately not.
Okay, so that's 16 points of bludgeoning damage.
Classes as would give anybody advantage.
Okay.
Wish my fucking phone would work. God damn it.
Misbehaving.
I think it's dirty or something. It's like not reading my fingerprint.
Yeah, that's him done. Shield down. Are you still frightening if you're unconscious?
I don't. It doesn't say. I did have a look.
You would seem less intimidating to me.
I certainly would.
Chill touch should still be in.
Yeah, it would.
I was assuming probably wouldn't be frightened. It's hard to be frightened of something after they've
So
just
I'll
got
move
sloshed on the
around
floor.
away from them. I will slam you again because I have you grappled.
Yeah, I don't know what my Tentacle of the Deeps does in terms of advantage or anything.
If it's like a spectral weapon.
It just says you magically summon a spectral tentacle that strikes at your foes, but with the
13.
thing, technically you can
13
walk
hit.
through, but you can't walk through the tentacle.
I am down.
13.
Yeah.
No, 13 a hit.
No, to hit.
Oh, to hit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no
Oh, yeah.
damage,
Gotcha.
It's going to be 11 damage.
Yeah, I'm still down.
You're down. Okay. And then I will do a second attack. I'm going to go for Lucius this time.
Okay.
This is where you just
Natural 1.
Aha!
Okay, and that brings it to Lucius's go.
Shit. Oh, no, I do not.
Strong start.
Many
Right.
abilities.
You know, at the
I'm glad I
start,
backed up a bit.
when you said you hadn't killed many people.
Yeah, I realised, what am I doing? Get your act together.
Then he saw us free again.
Yeah, it's all the three of you sat next to each other, like,
Last time we were sat in this order as well. You
Yeah.
killed all three of us.
I think we're sat in the same as we were with the
okay.
temple.
I'm in attack of opportunity now, aren't I, as well?
Yes.
Well, you don't know what the reach is.
I mean, he's
Yeah,
5
you
foot
might
in from this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at the moment, you could have a bigger reach. One way to find out.
Well, I'm not a man of hand-to-hand combat, so I probably I would want to move away from him.
Where do you want to go?
That's it. And then basically,
I will take him back opportunity only.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Natural 1.
Yes.
Yep. So 5,
Just keep going that way, basically.
10, 15, 20, 25.
Running up the beach.
Yeah, that's it. And then I'll cowardly turn back and shoot a firebolt at it.
Okay.
Fireball of water. Oh, yeah.
Evaporated.
Intelligence 2.
15.
Is it hit?
Cool. And if it's still frozen, I should shatter it then, shouldn't it?
Well, I don't know whether
We could melt it again.
So that's just two points of damage.
Okay, great. Alright, so the fireball goes inside of it. Parts of the water sizzles and evaporates, and steam comes off it before water just rolls over and engulfs the fire.
I'm trying to evaporate the sea.
Yeah, that'd be just fireball the sea.
Bail it out.
It's not very effective.
Anything else, Lucius?
No, I did. Fully done. I don't have any bonus actions.
Arendelle.
Oh,
Run, bitch.
Get out the way.
I look at Elrond next to me and very concerned that the sea is attacking us.
God damn, your prayer to
The
Allah.
boats.
Your fault.
I'll clutch at my holy symbol I have, and I will channel divinity to restore 5 hit points to both the downed individuals.
Up to half of your hit points.
Thank you very much.
Is that the right one?
Yep.
So only
I'll
up to
soon get
5
those
up to
back.
half your hit points.
That's my only use of it, and
Yeah.
and then I will turn and move back towards the. Well, I'll go. I'm looking for kind of as far away from the water's edge as I can go.
This is where spell checkers come in handy.
20, 25,
Yeah, and you back up.
30,
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no more map, but I can go 35, but that'll do.
35. Yeah.
Good old fast wood elf. And that's it. So yeah, so they're restored by a little bit, and then that's me.
Okay. So it is Crassus.
It's your turn, Shadow.
I'm going to here, and I'm going to Thunderwave this one in front of me, just
Yeah.
out towards the tentacle.
Super effective. Yeah.
Okay, Thunderwave.
Thunder.
Pikachu, I choose you.
Thunder.
I just am trying to figure out how this works. It's
You need to find somebody with mending to mend your armor.
on a failed save, the creature takes 2d8 damage. Yeah, I think it's just a save one. It's a con save of 15.
Con save 15. I make
If we
a
don't get lucky, I'll take mending for you.
14.
14. So you take 2d8 thunder damage.
Thunder damage.
So that's 3,
Is there
4,
a difference between thunder and
4
lightning?
points.
Thunder
There's no
damage is
pluses
sound.
on that. It's just the dice rolls. So yeah,
it's just
so it's
like
4
damage.
points, and it's pushed 10 feet out away from me.
Yeah, it's coming towards my tentacle.
fuck you, wave!
My tentacle will be like.
There we go. Cool. That I can use a cantrip as
So
well.
casting time is that bonus?
Is it a
Or
bonus
is it
action?
just a full action? I think that's a full,
Full action. So if you wanted to use a cantrip, it has to have a
It needs to be
casting
a
time
bonus
bonus
action.
action. Okay, cool.
That's
I
where
got none of
sorcerers
that.
come in.
So that's me done.
As you do, so Crash moves around the side and with blasts of energy, the wave is forced back.
Nice.
So they're
Shame I
is
don't
he still
do-
holding on to somebody?
Shame I don't.
He said lifted somebody up. Didn't he?
Yeah, but he's still within 5 feet, so
Okay.
he's just going to roll around it.
Was it me? Yeah.
It was you, yeah. Okay, so that makes it Crash's go.
So I'll have to use my action to stand back up again, isn't it?
So half your move to stand up.
You're grappled, aren't
Oh
you?
yeah, half my move. Sorry, yeah.
You're grappled.
Not anymore. Am I?
You are grappled, yeah.
Am I
So
still
your movement
grappled?
speed is 0.
Speed
You
is
move
zero.
speed 0, yeah, so you're held down there. The
Sorry,
water
dude.
aren't
You're gonna have to slash away.
Oh.
Well, you can spend your actions trying to escape the grapple, or you can attack it.
Could you do both and like try and slash over the wall?
I think you know the answer.
Just thinking like, whee!
Still
You get this game, right?
Still have bonus actions to use.
You can use bonus action, yeah.
Okay.
I'll allow it if it's cool.
Can I use Giant Smite? So on each of my turns, one of my attacks with a weapon gets an extra 1d6.
Okay.
Yeah. And then
You like physically grow, don't you?
And then
No,
I'm able to reach for my axe. I just want to take a
Yeah, yeah.
swing at
So
it.
from the water, your axe comes
I
up,
thought it all came in one.
spraying out of the sea to slap
Yeah.
towards it.
Looking at it last night.
It is 13 to hit.
13
Yeah.
is just a miss.
Is-
Oh, you bastard.
I say it'd be a disadvantage anyway, wouldn't it? 'Cause he's brown. Disadvantage anyway because he's brown.
It would be disadvantage.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, okay, well, fair enough. Yeah, it would have
Yeah, you would have missed
either
it.
that or lower. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, that's you done?
Yeah.
Okay, so Crash is held down there, the water splashing over his face. You see him trying to get air up as he swings wildly at this thing, and it's Elril.
I'm going to.
Pull off his mask and attack Ramos.
That'd be really handy. Ramses is very powerful.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of spells, but
Put
once
his
you,
mask. I heard everything you said
I
about
was going to say, once you get up close and you slap him around
now,
a little bit,
fireball.
that's Grandma's down.
Well, depends how much damage you do. You can stand back up.
It ain't a lot though.
What are we doing here then?
Eldritch Blast.
HP
HP.
50 or something like level.
This one.
Level 12.
19.
Is it a hit?
I should bloody hope so. It's the sea.
I just read through my cantrips, and with shape water, I could change one of the colours of these water. I can make it a nice purple colour.
If Pettis were here,
Just make it like a yellow so it looks like piss.
wonderful. Can you do anything in pastel?
It's 8 force damage.
8 force damage.
Noise.
Yeah, solid.
Water sprays out the back of it as some of the substance of it is just splatters back over the sea.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Within 10 feet. We don't know what the range is.
It does not take an attack of opportunity.
It's already taken an attack of opportunity anyway.
We're still on the same round.
Hoping that it wouldn't have a second one.
So like, we're still on
Not
the same
with
round.
this level fight, otherwise I would be out of there.
Are we done?
Bonus action, I'm saying a little prayer to my god. And that's it.
Okay.
Don't break your
Top of the round, the sea
Yeah.
washes in.
Everything actually spit
Everything
on the ground.
moves 6 squares that way to represent the water coming in further.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna do.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, it can move, so it can move that. Oh, you can.
It's getting spicy in there.
Yes, it is.
I think running on the water's edge was a good idea.
No, I'm still being held down.
Oh, it's still been held
1,
down.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Basically being drowned by water.
5, 6.
I take 6 steps back.
Water
Okay.
is drowning you.
So far. You're up.
Oh, okay.
Round 2.
So my tentacle can move, so it'll just come to the water's edge, and then it's going to attack. It's got 10-foot range at that one. So it's going to do its attack, which is, yeah, my phone's actually working now. So +5, isn't it? For 11.
11 to hit.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine, because Chill Touch is still on its way.
Tentacle just slaps on the surface of the water. And slaps.
Chill Touch the dirty 20 to hit, which is a D8 necrotic. So 5 necrotic damage, and then can't regain hit points until the start of my next turn, because it's being held by a spectral ghostly hand. A skeletal ghostly hand, sorry.
Okay.
And then I will...
The hand on the other one goes now, doesn't it? So you're around that.
Yeah, so it only lasts until the start of mine. And then I go 5, 10, 15, 20... 25. I know, am I going to put some foam on the end? I'm going to put some foam or something on the end, aren't I? Want to go
the worst sound.
Ah, why?
Don't do it.
You mean puppies being killed isn't a worse sound than that?
There's certain sounds that really trigger certain people, and that's one for me.
Okay, well, I'll go with puppies being strangled.
I'm going to have to do that now to get Gart up to rage.
It's a common sound.
Yeah.
His Gart's are really raging.
I have a technique noise when I go to sleep every night. Jesus. Okay. Is that you done?
Yeah, that's my bonus action. And
Excellent. Brian.
Should have just fucking called it Brian. So can I?
Harbinger was called Susan for ages.
It's half movement to.
It's her name.
Me,
Still
stand
real
me up,
name?
please.
Still grappled. You're still grappled.
Am I grappled?
Still grappled.
I thought I was far enough away.
you're
Tell you what.
within 5 feet of...
So I was
some
put
grapple
there.
markers.
Well, you'd be within 5 feet.
Okay.
You'll be drowning now as well. None of that voice stuff.
I'll shout across as well. It's time to let the other guy out.
If you can breathe underwater, you can walk.
I'm going to. Everyone will hear high-pitched, deadly sort of scream. For those that have encountered undead, it would sound like Banshee sort of way.
Finish him!
And then he would transform. Don't have the mini for it yet, but basically he turns into the Reaper-esque Death Knight looking thing. And I also
What are
get
you?
spoilers. That's what.
You're a warlock from
also-
the wrong book. That's what you are.
I am not. It's all attached. I also get 5 temporary hit points.
You are what? The undying warlock.
I am not the Undying Warlock.
Are you the undead warlock?
Joel.
Sorry.
His character.
I
They're all
am.
from different books, so that's why I was asking you earlier.
I am a god
Not in
knows
the middle of the
what else. And then I'll try break the grapple. I think.
Try to break the grapple.
Yeah.
Okay. So, it
is for 14 you're looking for.
I got 17,
17. So you break out of the water.
and then I shall float to my feet, and that's my action to do that, isn't it? To break the grapple. Sorry.
Yes.
If you actually break the grapple,
Half
so
movement
then
to
free.
stand
Half your movement to stand up. So you still have half your movement left. However, if you're in the water, it's going to be difficult terrain.
So with breaking the grapple, does that count as an attack against him?
It's your action.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not.
No, your bonus action left.
Yeah, it's not
Actually,
bonus. You can
no,
write
my
Misty
bonus
Step.
action it was to transform.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say you can
You've got a lot.
No, I've got nothing. I'm just thinking whether or not to go back, but I could only move back 1 square, and it would give him an action. No, that'll be it. I'll just sort of like try stare off at the sea in this
Stand up.
in this Grim Reaper like form, just staring off at.
Middle of combat.
You're going to stay there.
Yes, yeah.
You could move 1 square if you wanted to.
I could, but then that would provoke an attack opportunity. I don't want to get twatted one and then be back on the floor, underwater. I assume which will be underwater.
Okay.
I'd rather
Yeah. Your choice.
breathing the free air.
So that's Brian done. All right. So
Time for the sea.
How much health do I have to take off?
It has advantage on attacking you as well. Prone.
Right. This one here is going to. You haven't broken through. It's going to move forward into the space.
the Krasin
I hate it when they do
Pulls
this.
him. He's going to use his whelm attack.
I thought he might.
Can you make a strength saving throw?
That's not going to go well for me. Oh, I rolled a 19. I do possibly have a -1 to that. But I think that should be okay.
18's still pretty good, wouldn't it? Isn't it?
Strength. Oh no, it is a 19 flat.
Nice.
On a strength check.
Okay.
Nice.
So the water just over the top of you.
Stand my ground.
Pushing towards your mouth, yet you are moved a space out of it. So you would have been occupying this space, now you're pushed one square back.
Good roll, dude.
Yeah,
It's,
that's it. That's
it's
all. That's
part of my
Watch
idiom.
me finish
Yeah.
it well.
I was waiting for it to do that to one of us.
all right. So yeah, I'm. The water flows round, so almost forming a water barrier between Kresh and Brian, between them and your allies. So, with the water still holding you and pinning you down, that's a 2
It doesn't hit.
plus 7.
Still doesn't
9
hit.
still doesn't hit.
Yay!
I'm alive!
It happens rarely.
I don't have to
We
blow
celebrate
Russell's
these
endurance.
moments.
But it does have a second attack.
Oh yeah, but I'm doing the other attack on Brian.
Oh, okay. It's like.
That is a 20 to hit Brian. 220.
Yeah, it is.
Alright, so that is going to be 11 points of bludgeon damage.
Which one are you, Brian?
I'm back down again.
Oh, this one.
Firework.
Okay,
And you're never going to.
that's me, Lucius.
Oh. Again, I'm going to take my steps back. So you went 6 at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to shoot a firebolt.
Okay.
Wonder how far they can move in water.
Quite far.
It looks like they can't move out of the water. How far are the rocks? Also, is there like something behind us? So we're going to get like.
This is just the beach part here, so if you can imagine the water's over here as well.
So is it coming in from that side too? Okay.
That was a 7, so that's not it.
No. But over that way is the rocks.
I just wondered if we were going to get pushed up to some rocks, so we were going to be like stuck against the water barrier.
I haven't really got anything at the
No,
moment.
but we'll just be engulfed in water.
It's alright for me.
I'll tell you what,
Unless
I'll
there's
use one of my
30 or
luckies.
40 of these things.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously that's going to be. But I can breathe in
This is
then.
plus 5.
Someone punch you in the face.
13.
I'll swim away from
Yeah.
it, or through it.
That's good. It lets me reroll.
Oh, okay.
So you'll have a firebolt which is
Yeah.
over and then into the water. Okay, Lucius done. Arundel.
So I've seen one person get punched down again.
Yeah, the water's now forming a barrier between the two of you and just slamming on top of them.
What's that distance? That's 5, 10, 15, 20.
Water range.
I'm at what?
5, 10,
Water.
15, 20,
I'm
25,
almost
30,
on-
35, 40, 45, 50, 55,
I'm over
55.
there. I'm on the,
Oh, you're
that's
this one. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
They're 40, yeah. So
I'm
it's,
going to be horrible and say because they're in the water and they're being obscured by the other thing and they're down prone,
Can't see us.
you can't see them.
Is it lifting them or is it holding them?
Holding
Pinning
them
them
I was
down.
going to say, because you were saying you were lifting them earlier.
you preempted what I was
But
going to
now, but now they're
Yeah, I was like,
I just read the
Neither of
wording.
them
Yeah.
Don't go near the
Just
water.
trying to get out.
because I guess they can't be prone and lifted up in the air.
you'd have them sort of sloshing
I
around
suppose they
in the
could,
hands
but
or
if they were
something.
inside the water,
Yeah,
I
I
guess
suppose
not
so,
touching
yeah.
the ground.
But no, they're down. It's like the water is holding them down at this stage.
It knows that we have to breathe air.
What I was going to do, but I just read the wording is, I was going to do healing word, but it's a creature of your choice that you can see within
Yeah,
range.
it's
So
a bit-
I know it's mean, but
quite alright.
They're all a bit like that.
So sorry, dude, no heals this turn.
It's
alright.
You need to roll that 20 on that.
So the beastie that's attacking, I'll Sacred Flame. So Dex 13, please.
Dex 13.
Painful.
They've cocked. That's That's exactly a 13.
So, if it happens then, I'll go back up the beach a little. I'll go back about 20 feet. Because I don't want to be too far away from that in case things happen. So that would be.
Okay, that's great. Crassus.
Disengaging is half the movement, not an action.
Disengaging is an action.
Is an action. Okay.
Unless you're like a what is it? Rogues can do it. The
Bonus.
Yeah.
When they hit a certain level.
Do I fucking chance it?
Disengage and do a run it.
I do.
The moment this thing swarmed over to you and you got pushed out of it, so it's top of it.
Tidal wave it away. Push it the other
Just
way.
double check if Thunderwave is going to hit the guys behind.
You don't even know where they are.
Well, they're right next to me. I know
Crassus
roughly
would have
where they
seen.
are.
Yeah, I think Crassus
Crassus
has
got
seen
the
them. I
best
think
idea.
it's different from over here, and that one's in the way.
Yeah.
And purposely came out.
If you try to see someone on the water,
It would-
or something in between it is, yeah.
It would get Briar. So I better not do that then.
I think if he weren't there, you'd probably just see people.
You can place the
So I could
cube
potentially
wherever
get him,
they-
but yeah.
Couldn't you
It's
just do it,
15 foot coming from you.
Yeah,
You could move.
You could place it like
So-
5, 10.
Yeah,
like
you could
5,
place it
10,
5, 10, 15
5,
and
10,
do
15, like that way.
a cube that way.
That feels dumb when you're directly trying to blast something away from you, though,
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
it? So,
But you could move
Um,
the other way, and you could. You know, you're not stationed where you are.
I think I'm gonna. Oh no, but that would fuck you guys up too.
I mean, it's hard to see how we're not fucked regardless.
I'm gonna fucking chance it.
Yeah, worry about me after the combat, like if needs be.
I'm taking it.
Moving out of the way.
It's going to hit you.
Okay. All we gotta do is get
And here it goes.
So that's 18 points of bludgeoning damage.
I thought, oh, I just need him to get less than a 17, I thought, and then I can do something useful. Nope.
Oh, if that hit me, I'd be insta dead.
So
Sucks me in.
it's about as good as I could roll for the damage.
That's alright.
Alright, Crash is down.
And on that note, I'm over to breathe.
Crash. This does not look good.
Boy!
Like I say, if they come back conscious, do they go?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I know I'm being held down. Am I still just about able to fight for the odd gasp of...
Oh yeah, so you're still getting your air. Yeah, it's coming up. You're coming above the ground. So I'm not drowning you.
Yet.
No.
Yeah.
I'm moving the sea in again though. At the top of the round.
Yeah.
It's
like a Lara effect.
Giant's Might is still active. I'm going to try and sort of see if I can fight my way back up out of the grapple, I think.
You're going to try and... Okay, so it's an athletics check. Oh, you're looking just to get a... What did I say it was?
14.
14. 18, yeah.
Yeah. You break it.
Cool. Nice. And then I'll try to sort of wrestle my way back up onto my feet.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm conscious.
Yeah, you stand up, the water falls away from you from this thing. Okay? Great, so that's your action.
What big buns. And then I'll
you spend half your movement, so you
sort of turn around. Oh no, because it's half movement.
You've got half your movement left in your bonus action, haven't you?
Yeah.
And you're in difficult terrain.
And I will second wind. Can I second wind? Is that an action or a bonus? I'll second wind. It's a bonus action, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were going to action surge.
So 1d10. Yeah, 1d10 plus 3.
Well done.
10 health back to me.
Nice.
And then I will sort
Good
of
move.
ready myself for the next.
Okay, brace yourself for the...
So stand
Yeah.
up when you go.
Okay, it's Crash done. Elril.
Eldritch Blast at the one pinning Dragonborn guy down.
Okay.
Brian.
This no end. Mind you, it might not matter.
Hey, where did Briar
It's gonna
come
miss.
from?
12.
Water
can't remember.
on the shore sprays up around it, but not it.
I'm going to bonus action
can't do anything until I get my subclasses. I do not have the spells, therefore.
Send a beam of light towards Crassus. You gain 3 HP.
What a star, thank you very much.
And then I'm going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Start heading towards the rocks.
Okay. You done?
It's not much. Sorry, dude. Yes. That's the
Okay, everything moves 6 spaces that way.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
One literally fighting ninjas.
And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and a big bomb.
Balls. My thoughts exactly.
Okay. So we moved. So far.
So I'm going to use my bonus action to move this 6 spaces, so it'd be
Back on the map.
10, 15, 20, 25. I'm just going to put it here. And when it moves, I attack with the same thing. Ooh. So that's +5. 15 to hit.
Is a hit.
So for 9 points of cold damage.
Okay.
And its speed is reduced by 10.
Okay.
Until the start of my next turn. And then I'm going to move back. 5, 10, 15, 15. Sorry about the squeak. 25, 30. And then I'm going to cold touch.
Chill touch.
Chill touch, sorry. No,
Cold
cold
touch.
Because I do cold damage on the one.
touch.
Like, I'm going to chill touch the same one. A 16 to hit.
Yep. This is the other one.
No, this is the
Same
same
one,
one. It's only 1 point of necrotic damage,
Okay.
but it can't heal until
Okay.
my next turn. And then that's my go.
Alright.
It's slap.
Brian.
Stinky testicle.
12. Success. I'm done.
That's like
I'm down.
Oh, you're doing lots.
Right.
Jay was like, "Get in the water, guys! I want to get you."
Okay. As the water washes in, that within the water, and gets right up to you.
Bank of opportunity.
It will provide an attack of opportunity.
Bonk him. He stole your pork baps.
Yeah, he did.
They're just floating in the water.
further away.
Is
They're not going to be good now.
as an attack opportunity? Is that
Me, it'll be alright.
Taste all briny.
Is it
He's
attack
dead.
or is it
Your runes use your bonus action, I believe.
What?
It's. I don't know if whether if that.
When a creature you see ends in within 20 foot,
I can't. But that doesn't like. It doesn't come under that opportunity. It's just an opportunity attack, isn't it?
There's
And
smack.
then.
Yeah, smack
Yeah,
at it.
yeah. Cool. Yeah, go on then. I'll attempt to bonk it.
Bonk.
Yes!
Oh, no, yeah,
Nice.
that'll hit.
19 with plus it.
And then what are we on? We're on 1d12, and because I've got giant smite, I get an extra d6,
And you're +4.
and a +4. Oh, for goodness sake!
On the 1d12.
1. 7, yeah. So it's 7 altogether.
It's all counts.
The
All makes a difference.
d12 1.
Alright, so as it moves away from you, you swing your sword through it, breaking the back of it. The water disintegrates and it splashes down, dissipated, but then surges up again. Out towards
I got so excited for a
Lucius.
moment.
So I did that, that's right.
Okay, so it surges right up on Lucius, and then it's going to attack you.
So,
Down I go.
No, in fact, it's going to surge onto your space,
okay.
and then it's going to whelm you.
That's what it's going to do. So can you make a strength saving throw instead, please?
Yeah, because I'm really strong. That's a 17.
That's a pass. Oh, not bad. So you are pushed one square back.
Actually, from
Congratulations.
I'm -1 in strength, so.
Okay.
Thank God.
How many strength man does that?
So that one now by the tentacle can barely move.
Speed is reduced by 10 feet.
But his speed is also reduced by an additional 20 for the cold damage.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, you stay there.
But he's in the water.
So he probably gets a plus 50 million.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably
Water movement is 90.
Jesus. So he can still move 60 foot.
So wherever the waves are, is that where they can move?
Pretty much.
Pretty much his whole board.
Yeah.
That's the aim at the end of the day, which is why I'm running towards the lighthouse. On
Yeah,
the
no, but the way you're running, you can get closer.
I'd love to run towards the
Well,
lighthouse.
I'm running inland as I go as well.
Just
So
roll that
I
20,
should be
right?
6
My hope is I'm just
squares
going to float.
up every time. No, yes.
Water can reach you at the minute there. It's lashing up at you.
Yeah, you can get right up.
I said
He
laughing
can come
right
round
where
and
you
he
are.
can get right up to you.
Yep.
So you're going to go at you. He doesn't have his well-mobility ability, so he's just going to slam you.
So, they cover.
That is a 14 to
Oh,
hit
it almost
you.
gets to me.
That misses.
Second slam. That is a 26 to hit you.
That's a hit.
A mitt.
Okay, that is 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'm not gonna lie, that hurt a bit.
And you grappled. You grappled. That is me done. Lucius.
Okay.
Water crashing into the sand right in front of you.
I'm going to try and go back this way. 5 feet from 1.
And you will take it.
You're taking it?
I'm going to take it. The attack of opportunity. That's 23 to hit you.
I'm going to use my lucky. You missed me.
Does he?
Do I? I got +7.
Do you? Ah, you fucker.
19.
Yeah, you fucking hit me there.
Yeah,
+7,
yeah.
sorry.
I mean, it was
alright.
worth a try. I think.
No, it was worth a try. It's going to be 10 points of bludgeoning damage. And you're grappled.
That's me down.
Oh, you're down. Isn't it?
It was 1 point too much.
Alright,
Your
Lucius
unconscious
done.
body is just being.
Arundel.
I didn't think about the pluses.
Soon it's gonna be death saving throw, death saving throw, death saving.
Yep.
You can see everybody now.
That's nice.
As you look round.
This has been for me a few
Are
days ago.
these floating on the?
Run inland and towards the lighthouse. Heal on the way.
That's all.
This is a two-man job.
leave them for Bane.
Is it us three again?
Yes.
I come with you two.
So-
This happens again.
Lucius has just gone down,
Just yeah.
but I've seen Pyre go down a little while ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like 12 seconds ago.
Yeah,
12 seconds.
a lot can happen in 12 seconds.
5 seconds with your face in the water.
So how far is
was
Briar from me?
He lived there.
That's Briar, isn't
Yeah.
it? So that's 5, 10.
5, 10, 15, 20,
think
25,
it's 60.
30, 35, 40, 40, yeah, 50.
So I will healing word Briar because I know he's been down the longest. So you get 1d4 plus 6. So you gain 9 HP.
Holy
Oh,
sugar monkeys, thank you so much.
Holy.
That's all his
That's full
HP.
HP, isn't it? So that's a bonus action spell, and then the sea creature in front of me, I will Sacred Flame. So Dex 13 save, please.
That is 12.
5 points of radiant damage,
Nice.
Yes.
and then I'm gonna leg it inshore.
Going this way or that way?
Well, is there a direction towards the lighthouse? Yeah, so it'd be
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30,
35. Yeah.
Oh no, I can't.
So
Cool.
he's back up. I've done something.
Yeah.
Oh,
Heal!
yeah. I'm sorry, man. Yeah. I just
Look, that's
to know whether I
all
was
my
reading
abilities
it
gone for this
wrong.
turn.
Alright, yeah, that's great. Erndel, Crassus.
Man, clerics are hard.
If I crab morph, will I still count as prone and have to stand up if I turn into a crab?
Yes. It doesn't change any of your statuses when you change.
Okay, I was just thinking because I'm in water, And
better for the crab.
And I presumably not. Yeah, float. But if that's the case, I've still got to spend the movement, which is what I was trying to avoid.
Being a crab, though, you get distracted by all the bacon in the water. You know what crabs are.
I know. Maybe that's why
We're crabbing.
Especially if it's in a little net.
and this deep in the water would be difficult terrain. Okay.
What armor you were?
None.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna stand up.
That is in your favour.
So that would leave me with 5 feet of movement left.
Essentially, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And I am.
Just wading in. Ugh.
I'm gonna.
This is where 2 legs are an impediment.
And then I could only, if I dash, I could only move another further 3 squares. Shit.
I'm not up.
I'm going to, as a votary of a lie, I'm going to use Entangle from her powers. And I'm going to slap it on that one furthest away.
Okay.
And I believe it's a DC. Entangle is DC 15 strength check.
12.
12. Okay, so on 15, plants grow on the area into difficult terrain, so I blast it up with seaweed, then lash it down. It is restrained until the spell ends.
Strains on
And its concentration, so I'll just snap one of those.
Be restrained, I suppose. It's made of water.
Yeah, seaweed
water.
that bursts out the sand and not so much coming over it, but goes through the water, disrupting its pattern.
Could I maintain concentration if I turn into a crab?
I think
He
you can.
really wants to turn into a crab.
As a druid,
It's crab time.
you just can't. You can maintain concentration. You just can't cast any more spells in wild shape.
Yeah.
Unless you're a certain.
Until later on.
Yeah, unless you're quite high up.
What kind of crab are you today?
I'm going to be a sporus crab today.
A sporous crab.
Precisely because it's got the fastest swim speed.
A crab for every occasion. Alright, so the seaweed is now bursting through that water creature, and you're in crab form. Crassus is done. Crash!
Just half moving through this.
It is.
I don't have Rosaford swim speed.
Oh, dear me.
Just get on my back.
Don't worry about stepping over my bobbing body.
25, 40, 45, 50, 50.
Yeah, if that was 5 feet closer, I could get it with my tentacle.
5 to 15. How far can you piss at it?
Is it an action if I help Briar to his feet?
Yes.
Cool, so I'll just move 15 feet forwards, well, 10 feet forwards, and then I will.
Grab it and lift up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not that heavy, and you're very big.
Yeah.
Certainly not weighed down with coins
I'm
anymore.
going to say, and you're in water, so it's like. Now, it's problematic.
Yeah. No, and I'll leave it there.
You leave it there?
Yeah.
Elril.
Gonna swing my longsword at the water. Because it's restrained, I get advantage. That's not gonna help.
But you're still
Level
transformed,
12.
aren't you?
You basically lifted
Yeah, and I just look at horror on my face, just like.
Are you still even unconscious?
Yeah, it stays for the duration of the time.
Then I'm going to heal myself, use my bonus action. Can't do this again until that's
Like
on
a
rest.
So,
Oh, it winked the
sometimes-
1, it winked the 5, and went on to 1, you bastard dice.
oh, excuse me.
Come at me, bro.
That's good.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jim.
Top of the round.
We all move in 6 squares back.
Yeah. So,
God, this is gonna be
if you reach the
difficult.
end of the board, you're now actually swimming depth.
Oh,
Pretty sure I'm swimming.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Swimming.
1, 2, 3, 4.
2, 3,
So,
4.
how the fuck do you have to be that I can't swim fat 6 squares?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
How does swimming come about?
Yeah.
Because if you don't have a swim movement speed, is it just like half your movement or something?
It's
Does it-
a
does it-
strength-based activity, so I imagine it's at
Strength
least
check and a
half.
movement check. Like.
It's at least difficult terrain, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
you have a walking speed as you move in there.
Yeah.
It's
It's alright, we're still at the water.
for now.
But that means it moves 6 squares and I can move 3.
You can dash.
Bye.
Move 6.
You'd probably be
Let's see.
quicker if you just swim towards the lighthouse like that way.
Just let the current take you. But yeah, bugger it.
Yeah, you can just float. just fill your air with lungs and lie on your back, and you'll just float back into the water. Actually, I don't know which way you go. Which way do you go?
I think we've
Is it
already
more
established.
outward?
Yeah. So
Gymnastics
essentially,
in
you're
the
going to be doing
water.
athletics checks to gain any movement. And if you are unconscious in that thing, then we're going to be starting to drown as well. All right. So, Zelfa.
So see that my tentacle can't reach either of those now. I'm going to use my bonus action to hex this wave thing here, water elemental thing.
Yep.
Place a curse on the creature I see, and until the spell ends, deal an extra 1d6 necrotic damage. And then if it hits, something else happens too, but I've got to see if it hits first. So I'm going to chill touch it. For an 11. Not going to hit, but it's still cursed. But nothing happens if I can't. Nothing happens if I don't hit it. Like, so that's my go.
Okay.
I'll just move as well, sorry. Just 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Brian.
Athletics check, you say? Because I want to swim.
Yeah.
So I got a 21.
That's fine. Okay, so you've got enough strength to be able to move. So it's still difficult terrain, but you can move.
15 squares.
15 squares.
I wish I could move
15 feet.
So I
You got flippers?
I got 30
dash.
so I can move 3 squares, can't I?
See there?
Yeah.
Action to dash to get.
Am I still swimming
Yeah.
in that bit?
No, you're back on your feet once you're back on the board.
So, but it's still 10.
It's still difficult terrain.
Difficult terrain.
If I do that, then I end up back in the same place I was before.
You go, yeah, so you could get to there and be equidistant between them, but
Well, you can spend. You can use your action to move again.
Yeah, but then I'm still back in the same place that I was
But you won't be any further
before.
out.
But then the water elements
You'll
are
not
still.
be. Will you be off the board? Yes,
Yeah.
you will be.
And then, but because even with dash, that's 6 spaces. But then I move 6 spaces back. But then the only problem is I could keep doing that, and that's fine. But those water elements are still.
But otherwise, you only move 3 and you go another 6 back, so technically you get further and further away every
I
time.
don't know what to tell you. It sucks to be you.
Sometimes it just sucks.
Oh, Jamie, when I cast Hex, I choose an ability and it gets a disadvantage on that ability, so I'm going to choose Strength.
Do I just try to do
It's got
something,
disadvantage on strength checks.
and then I can swim after just to try and get rid of them?
Remind me in case I forget it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, I've never used Hex before. One ability when you cast it.
I'm going to-
I've just thought, because Entangle is an area effect, it wouldn't move with that, as it's all shifted out.
It's actually the water's come in, so it's still in the same place.
Oh right,
Yeah, so
move it.
yeah, so
the
until
water's coming in again.
I think that something needs to be done because even if I keep dashing and stuff, nothing's going to happen. Something needs to be done to get rid of this stuff.
Euthanasia.
I just say,
the water.
water walk, fly.
So we've got
All high level ability.
14.
Make some sort of irrigation system. Build a dam.
14.
14 to hit is exactly what you need to hit
That
him.
far one. Can it also make me a wisdom saving throw, please?
James been trying to use these for ages, but every time we come, we always have like water walk or something.
Yeah, this is with the high level ability. We'll just water walk on it. God's sake.
And then you're over here like, yeah, no problem for us.
Haven't quite got the water walk sorted yet. I got the water breathe with that piece of reed, but I'm still looking for the bits for water walk.
One
I'm
necrotic
not
damage.
sure. In all honesty, why would Crassus want to walk on the water when he could be in it?
Well, the only reason I would want to use water walk is to rocket myself up to the surface quick.
Yeah, because when you cast it, you shoot up at like 60 feet around.
Okay.
So you throw the bomb.
Oh, no,
How much
shit.
damage?
I could water
So
walk.
one necrotic damage.
One necrotic damage,
Yeah,
and
but
I
the
got
point
a
is
17 on my
talk
wisdom.
with the
Ah, it doesn't matter then, yeah, you don't fear. And then my bonus action to give me 1d10. What's that? Temporary hit points. Which is just the wrong one I'm doing it on.
Funny enough, I didn't think to have that as my prepared
There we
spells.
go.
Didn't think to go
That's
for
me
a
all done and dusted.
Okay.
I took tower-based spells.
Ryan is done. Okay, so the restrained and hexed one will make an attack at you with disadvantage.
Yes. Looking for 18.
Looking for 18.
Yeah. I do create characters with higher AC than.
Yeah, I just assumed that you don't have any AC.
It needs to die.
With disadvantage, 17.
Otherwise, it's the rinse repeat.
Good job, it had disadvantage.
Second attack. With disadvantage, 17.
Oh!
Juicy.
Yeah.
Still alive!
He's got it.
His well doesn't recharge.
Good!
You don't know that though.
No, but I don't want to be overwhelmed.
Okay, with him down, this one will come over.
Of course.
Not behind it.
Yeah.
I saw your face going.
Okay. 26.
No. I can shield 3 times.
9 points bludgeoning damage.
You down.
Yeah. Nothing I
Okay.
can do to stop that.
Down
Level
I
2.
go. These things are
I
tough,
was
man.
hoping for more HP on my heal. Never mind.
These things are tough.
I will slam you again to do 2 death saves. Lucius.
Oh, we got one chance.
Net 20?
No, that's a 3, so it's not.
How did you mistake those?
See it.
Doesn't look like an eight,
I
to
just
be
got
fair.
glare for this. Shine.
I won't use it, yeah, it's too. You can't really see it.
Okay. That's you done.
That's it, yeah.
Okay, Lucius, sorry. Arendelle. So much to do, and only 6 seconds.
It's hard to actually know that you're sorry when you're smiling when you're saying it.
Yeah, I love that. When
That's
it's got that
annoying,
grin.
isn't it?
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
really
I've just
sorry.
seen Arrow get battered and then battered again on the ground.
Yeah.
So
The water just crashing in. It's like think of a wave just smashing. As it smashes on him, you can just see an arm or a leg come flying out of the water.
but as a point of order, can I still see him?
You can still see him.
So I will bonus
He's
action.
much shallower than before.
It's bonus action healing word for Errol. Only 7 points of healing, my friend.
That's 7 more than I had.
And so that's bonus action. Then action, the one that's closest to me, so the one that's closest to the Dex 13 Sacred Flame, please.
That's an 11.
Woo!
Bosses are a heck.
Burn in hell!
A further 5 points of radiant damage.
Water breaks part, he's gone.
Oh yeah.
Thank fuck
What a
for
guy.
that.
Ross. They're a
Uh,
hexed
It's
thingy.
not got a magic effect.
Just
Or
loses
it
its
is.
shape. Like if you put a cup upside down with water on it, and it was holding acting, you pull the cup off the water, it was hold for a second, then just breaks apart.
so that one's all restrained and in front of there.
Yep.
There's a player.
Restrained, hexed.
Lucius is down over here, so I'll use my movement to run towards Lucius who's down.
Into
That's
me.
That's me.
I'm the creepy one.
25, 30, 35.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I'll get up to him and start. I can't do anything, but I'll start assessing what may be wrong with
assessing
him.
the
Keep his
size
head out
of
of the
his
water.
Okay.
That's all I can do.
Crassus.
I'm a small crab, not a medium crab, so I presume I can swim in this depth of water?
Yes.
I'm gonna use my spores.
The spore drew into the lake.
I am going to use the spores. Where are these spores? Spray spores in a 15-foot cone. Not getting Elril.
I'm alive, no, no.
DC 12 Constitution.
DC 12 Constitution.
Yeah. You're good.
Natural 1.
Natural 1.
Yes.
Can it breathe spores? How do spores work?
It's water and somehow it has a face and hands. I don't know. What does it use its mouth for?
Does the spores specifically say if the creature breathes?
So on the this is the sheet you gave me. It doesn't actually say underneath the spore thing, but it then goes on. I presume it's the thing from Filthy, maybe. Some big ghost.
In Temperatures 2. Hang on.
Did he just give you a list of crabs you can turn into?
Yeah, I've got a few PDF pages.
Cool. I like that.
Pages.
But yeah, what the spores actually do is page over. So I don't have that page.
And you haven't got that one.
No, alas. But he's got the book, so we're all good. It's all Greg.
Okay.
Oh, Greg.
Spore. So you spread spores a 50-foot cone. Each creature near must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failure, the creature takes 2d6 poison damage and becomes infected with the crab's spores.
2d6. It takes 5 points of damage.
Okay, it's immune to poison damage.
Yeah. Now I know. Now I know.
Don't know. I imagine the spores just go in and then just start getting washed away.
Water is immune to poison.
So you know, then the creature then becomes infected with the crab spores. On a success, it takes half damage. After 1 hour, small bubbles and bumps appear across the skin of the infected creature. At the end of each long rest, the infected creature must make a DC 12 Constitution saving throw.
That's a nasty thing. Imagine if you got hit by that. Well,
if you fail the saving throw every day for 7 days, young sporous crabs hatch from your skin.
Oh,
slashing damage.
I'm making babies.
The spores can also be removed with a lesser restoration.
Nice. So you're trying to impregnate the sea.
Damn right, someone's got to do it.
Yeah, so the spores just wash through it, unfortunately.
He's a seaman.
Shame.
Is that you done?
That is unfortunately me done.
Okay,
I
Craig.
was hoping that would be a bit more impactful. But
I'm just going to try and swim directly at the beach to relative safety.
Oh, fuck.
Athletics check.
Yes. I've got a 15 on
That's
that.
fine. Yeah, so you can.
So, are you doing
I will go as far as humanly
10,
possible.
20, 30, and then dash in for 10, 20, 30?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great.
I'm guessing it's difficult terrain you said earlier, so I was just going off that.
Yeah, that's fine. It's so spacious in your corner. Look, you've got a phone, a notebook, and a couple of dice.
I know, right?
Some dice tray, dice, drink cup.
We're used to a lot more laptops on the table, aren't we?
Yeah, I was gonna say there's usually like loads of laptops.
I need a 4 foot by 1 foot space here. There's not enough space.
Yeah, I think that'll be it.
Okay. Elril.
Restrained, I'm prone. I'm still. It was that one that grappled me.
I hexed it.
I am not built for strength.
Not built for strength, but my mini is just a huge guy with a massive sword.
That's because it's bigger than he is.
Good old big guy.
I'm going to shoot an Eldritch Blast at it.
Okay.
So, disadvantage, is it?
On the floor.
When you're restrained, I get advantage. within 5 foot, so I get disadvantage because it's a ranged attack.
And you're prone, so you get disadvantage for that.
Yeah, you get disadvantage for being prone.
Yeah.
If you
So it's
stood
like roll
up
a good
first, it would be
Got
flat.
0 speed.
Yeah, because
Grappled.
he's grappled.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you pressed the button.
But he has disadvantage on strength checks. Not that you know that, but...
Well, no, it's against the DC because it's the force of the wall holding me down. So it's not an opposed grapple check. Oh, disadvantage. Let's see what happens. That's not good.
That one, shoot myself in the face.
That one. Bonus action.
Was that actually in that one?
It was
Yeah.
in that one. In that 1 and 11, so the 16 would have hit, but never mind. Best thing I could have done.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, it's top of the round.
Yeah.
Now what happens now?
We're all moving 6 foot in.
God.
I mean, 6 squares in.
I don't want
Oh, God. Have you got any rollout maps? Because we're going to need it. 5, 10.
I do have a big ocean mat in there, but I don't think it's necessary.
Oh, I'm only just in the
I'm gonna need
water. I'll stick my head in, take a breath of fresh air.
Okay. Zelful.
So I am going to.
This thing is thrashing around violently now, struggling against the effects under it.
I'm going to recast my tentacle within 60 feet. Is it? 45, 50. So I'm just going to put it here. And my tentacle is going to swing at it. Because I can use it twice per long rest. So my tentacle is going to swing for it for 14.
Exactly what we need.
So 14, and it gets D8 plus 3 cold damage. So 8, math, 11 points of cold damage.
Great.
And its movement is reduced by 10 feet.
Does your hex do any more?
My hex specifically states when I make an attack, so I don't know. You deal an extra 1d6 necrotic damage to the target whenever you hit it with an attack. I don't know whether or not
I
the
don't think
tentacle.
it's you doing the attack.
That's what I
It's
thought,
separate
like, because I'm
entity.
casting the tentacle.
Yeah.
But then
Same
I'm going to
spiritual
use.
weapon.
Then I'm going to use chill touch against it
Tentacle is, so.
for a 19 to hit.
Yeah.
So
I think they've got a bunch of things that are essentially reskin
Yeah.
spells. Like the artificer
Well,
effectively reskin wizard.
with spiritual weapon, you can move into that target and it floats wherever you put it. Whereas this actually comes and you can't move into the space. That's a little bit different. So it's 11 points of necrotic damage.
That's enough.
Oh yeah.
As a special hand just comes and goes pop.
Standing.
Alright, we're out. Is anybody still unconscious?
Me.
Yeah, so we're still in initiative then. Okay.
I'm gonna say, and I will. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Brian.
I shall
Brian.
swim.
Maybe.
I was totally
Or I
expecting
shall
you to
not.
pull something out. You're like,
14?
Yes, that's fine.
Oh, okay, I can swim.
Yeah, you only need
I will
10.
be dashing as well. May I
Dashing through the surf.
swim?
Right here.
Halfway
So
back.
that'll be 5, 10,
I'm not
15,
drawing a grid on the rest of the table.
20, 25, 30. So
Yeah,
that
that's
would
it.
that would be
That
that's
would be
your
a
dash.
dash.
Yeah,
that
that's
would
your
be
dash.
it with dash. And that's pretty much what I need to go towards my house. I cannot any otherwise done.
It's just
No 20.
that's a fail.
That's a fail.
Oh no.
Okay.
I didn't get a success. I didn't get
No, you
two
got two
fails.
Arendelle.
So he's drowning essentially.
You set a situation. The seawater is washing into his mouth.
One of us. One of us.
It's a case of like, do I stabilise you and drag you
Support's
in.
good.
I can just
the last time.
shut with what was 6 seconds so.
Or just heal you immediately yourself.
For Percival. Oh, sorry. But who's calling?
If you can
Now,
stabilise
this
him, I'm
is
sure
the
Crash can
situation.
carry him.
This is the situation where you'd be able to get away with it.
Oh, I'll help him. Inflict wounds.
No, just hold him under the water. I'm healing him.
I can't pull him up through all of this water that's holding him up.
Yeah, the seeded necrotic.
But my boss was being a douche, and I tried to give him an ogre, and he didn't want an ogre.
Your boss is being a douche.
You didn't kill the ogre, therefore not your soul to give. If the dragon
I
wanted to
will
A soul is soul.
cast Spare the Dying. So I'm going to save a spell.
Okay.
So I'll stabilise you so you're not dying anymore.
Cool.
So that's my action. So it's this is Crash, isn't it?
Yep.
I'll look to you. He's alive. He's unconscious. Carry him. And I'm gonna use my movement to go into the beach.
Because we know what happened last time you tried to carry someone from water.
Yep.
So how much movement do you have, sorry?
35.
35. Yeah.
But Lucian, you are stable.
But does that mean I'm still unconscious though?
Yes.
You are unconscious but stable. It's Spare the Dying. So I think that's everyone that's.
Like the crabs.
We're out of combat then.
I'ma drop my entangle.
And then, yeah, I'll
So
carry
you
your
can struggle yourself
unconscious
back to the
body
shore.
back to the beach.
Yeah, I'm consciously going towards the rocks on the lighthouse.
Yeah, so we're all going at an angle towards the lighthouse.
Can you comfortably carry him?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what? I'm going to thematically swap for a more poisonous looking crab.
Yeah, you're gonna need a selection of crabs.
With your
Crab
with your
minis are actually
giant
quite
might,
challenging
you
to
also
find.
increase a size.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I don't know what.
No, you usually increase in size and then you get the extra
No,
d6
I
because you're
read
bigger.
it. Is it the fighter one that you're taking?
Yeah.
The rune knight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're in the effectively large spell, aren't you?
Where
So-
where do you?
Yeah.
What's the threshold between small and large?
You go from
Medium
So
size.
What,
so
what,
you're
what
medium.
qualifies a?
you're a medium creature at the moment.
Okay.
aren't you? So you're a large. You go to a large.
A large takes up 4 squares.
Yeah, it does.
Is
So-
it over 7 feet, 8 feet?
Yeah.
I forget it's one of them, is it, where you can
No,
go
you're
into
talking
large?
more 15.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
It's effectively the enlarged spell.
Because
Which
Goliaths can get to 9-10 foot,
oh, okay.
and they're just medium.
Yeah.
So I was checking things out.
A large
Worked
creature
out
you go from a
that
5
you're
foot square
rune
to a
knight.
10-foot square. Like,
So no, that's
Your hunger is come back as well.
Your stomach has gone from a medium to a large.
so you gain the
crab.
following, it says you gain the following benefits, which last for a minute. If you're smaller than large, you become large along with anything else you're wearing. If you like the room to become large, your size doesn't change. You remain large.
Yeah.
You have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws.
I read
So
that.
when you break the grapple, you should have had advantage.
Well,
Uh,
I also had disadvantage then as well, so
yeah,
I
so
just
it's been a
assumed it
flat
would
roll.
just
Flat
be
roll,
yeah.
And then once on each of your turns, one of your attacks with a weapon or an arm strike can do an extra 1d6 damage, which is what you were
Which I
doing
was
anyway.
doing.
And you can use that feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and regain all expended uses after a number.
yeah, it's the same as mine.
Either way, you're carrying my ass from that, no problem.
Yeah, yeah.
It's only
probably
shrinks
one arm,
down
yeah.
halfway carrying you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it comes out of the water and just slowly gets
Yeah.
smaller.
Essentially, you double in size.
Yeah.
Is what happens.
That's a big orc.
With Lucius being down,
What is it?
can
Kaiju!
once we get to a bit of safety, can I check him over to make sure he's not in any risk of actually dying or anything?
No. When you stabilise him, you think he's okay.
I can
Obviously, he was.
aid him a little bit.
I have very limited power left. I thought I'd save something for a dire circumstance.
I'll send him off
But
to my
he's-
deity if you want.
He needs time to recover unless you can aid him more
I'll
quickly.
pop out of wild shape and I'll do it.
Okay.
I'm decrabbed and I will cure wounds.
There you go.
I will cure wounds. Just find my cure wounds. I don't.
D8
D&D,
plus-
upgraded back then.
You can tell I don't actually use it. So it's D8 plus my modifier.
Oh,
is
What's
it?
your wisdom?
Thing, yeah.
So It's a solid 4 on the roll. Come on, let's go to spells. Cure wounds, so that you get 8 hit points back.
Nice, thank you. That is literally 1 off my max HP. Still got
You're welcome.
you there in my
Is anybody else hurt?
I am.
How bad do you look?
I have exactly 1/10 of my total hit point. No, not 1/10. I have an 11th of my total hit points.
I don't know, we're talking.
I look fucked up.
Raise perhaps on the way up.
Yeah, sure.
Cheers, Nick. I think we need to get to the lighthouse
Yeah.
ASAP.
Normal. Yes, please.
Yeah, so as we're walking along,
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm
feel
alright.
a hand touching you.
I was thinking of the end touching me,
Gain 10
touching
HP.
you.
Thank you
I'm
very
gonna
much.
do that now.
Sweet
You'll hear me
Crassus, I
muttering.
don't know what your last name
I need
is.
to give Pellis a shout if we're doing the touching.
Yeah.
Plus 10.
You know,
Is it
Alice has
alright?
done nothing wrong
I
again.
can
It
do it a
is
couple
you
more
guys who are
times, but
projecting all of that.
That's what I keep saying about Percy.
That'll be
Everyone
alright.
says
that'll help for
otherwise.
now.
It'll start projecting
Thank
on
you
them,
very
I
much.
imagine.
Suggest
will
we
it?
take a rest when we get to the lighthouse if we can,
Sweet.
before we investigate.
Oh, you can certainly do with catching my breath a little after that. Thank you very much for your assistance there.
Perhaps this is
It's
those
not your time.
creatures that were besieging the ships.
If something grabbed them and pulled them in, I would have thought it would be them. Perhaps it's just part of a greater whole, as it were.
If just us could fight back against those things, I don't think they would take down a whole ship.
I mean, they also might be animated by something else.
But that was only 2 of them. What if there were a dozen of them or 2 dozen of them?
I think that's... With that many, they certainly could probably do what they did to that ship. Rip through the hull, large force of water inside, they could pull that down with ease.
But surely they've come from somewhere. They don't see, like, stuff like that just doesn't crop up randomly, does it?
Even more proof that something ain't natural here.
That's what I wanted.
As we're getting closer and closer to the lighthouse, can we see a doorway or?
So yes, you can see, now you're closer to it, you can see there's a doorway at the base. Again, no one around you, because before all intents and purposes deserted. It's about 40 feet up, there's a window, which is just below where the light itself would be. But it appears all quiet by the base of the lighthouse. It's the water obviously gets all the way up to it, and you can see that the walls are splashed with sea spray.
But otherwise, it appears in solid condition.
It does.
I'll just look around to the others and
Try the door.
I have to say, I knock loudly on the door.
Yeah, bang on the door.
I wasn't going to knock, I was just going to try it.
Okay, but say, yeah, you're probably there
So you
before
go,
me, so.
you knock on the door. Is that what you're doing? Is that what's happening? You
Let me
knock
go
on the door?
try.
Elder's walking in.
You guys said you're just going to open the door before me, so
Yeah,
you
I'm
go there
just gonna
first.
open the door.
Okay, you turn out, nothing happens.
Then we'll bang.
Keeper ho! You in?
Who is he?
I'm Crassus, I'm from the town. Let us in!
What you want?
To not be out here for starters. Them bloody water elementals out here on beach.
We seek help, shelter and help just to rest our weary legs.
No one allowed in.
We just fought off 2 water beings. We really could use some rest.
They were the guardians of the lighthouse. What are you doing?
Why is no one allowed in, Keeper?
Here.
I'm going to try and put me ear against the door. I'm not very good at perception,
Is there
but
a
I'll
window
try and
like
hear what
of
they're
our
saying.
level?
No, it's on the base level.
Ooh,
That's how the water
I got a
gets in.
14.
Well, that's why I was
14.
like,
If you push your head in,
I can't misty step
just
in
about
there.
here
damn it.
then.
What do? We need to get rid of them, but there are several. He will want them. Get just one in.
I think it might be your friends.
still a Reaper at this point?
No, I would have
Okay, we can let one person in. I can let one person in.
Yes, I will.
I'll lean over and whisper as best I can. We'll volunteer you. Use your might. All of it. They will only try and let one of us in.
That fight took a fair bit out of me, but I'll do my best.
We just need to keep the door open so we can all get in.
Sure.
Something's going on. I'll take a step back.
Voice comes to your mind. Gresh, are you busy at the moment?
What the
It's the tiefling guy.
There's a pause. Yes. Hello. I've got someone who's not paying their rent.
Oh. Got his name right. Goraz. Yes. They wouldn't live in a lighthouse, perchance.
There's a pause.
The first thing that comes back is that.
No, I can't keep doing this.
That's it.
You've been sending for like years. What you could have killed those guys.
Get back to town. He's used 3 spells.
Look, get back to the dregs, and I'll see you there.
Sure, when I can.
You get 25 words and you use about 7.
Sure, when I can.
All the responses. Short when I can.
Do you have to speak when you do send in? So we're like, who the fuck are you talking to?
Yeah, I guess that'll have to do it.
Yeah,
Sure,
when I can.
There's no further voiceover.
Yeah.
Just sure.
I'll just quickly whisper to Errol. Are we going in guns blazing?
I'll shout back.
You let us all in, or we'll come in. You got no reason to be denying us.
This is city property. No trespassers.
Lighthouse keeper. I'll come in.
We are making checks on all city property to make sure everything is okay and no unlawful activities are happening.
Well, one of my guys is lying conscious.
He's not unconscious.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
You can hear the mumble voices.
Oh, somebody else is better than me. Oh, yeah, I'm going to try and listen again.
You're the one in the front, I suppose.
That's a 21 with a nat 20.
Oh,
yeah, baby.
Woo!
I'll hear the whole conversation. This.
Or do you?
Yeah. I'm listening through a wooden door. I'm kind of like head just
As good as it gets.
Outside near the sea.
Yeah, we
He's
got a
got a
glass.
glass cup.
I was gonna say we got a glass cup.
You should grab that bit of reed and jam it in your ear.
You need the Harbinger's helmet, but what, like?
Okay.
Yeah.
Get down these stairs to the cave. Make sure that the goal is secure. We will keep these away, and otherwise, you up the stairs kill the lightkeeper. Make sure that Faro gets it.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Maru, Maru.
Oh well, can you hear anything? Is there anything I need to know?
We need to go upstairs quickly.
When you say we need to go upstairs quickly, I thunderwave the door.
You know what, sorry?
I'm going to thunderwave the door.
Okay.
So if you do that, I'll say my
He's out the way!
Oh, can I move on to that after that? I've done that. Because as soon as you've done that, I was going to throw Tasha's caustic brew through.
Tasha's what, sorry?
Caustic?
Caustic.
Caustic.
Yeah.
Yeah, caustic.
I was just thinking about Misty stepping as far as
Basically a poison bomb.
It's like it shoots fucking like a line of poison through. Acid. Sorry. Acid.
With Thunderwave, I'm gonna go for the whole 15-foot cube inwards.
I've turned it off.
It's like working with our TV at home. It just does what it wants.
Yeah, mine's 30 feet.
You want to watch TV, do you?
Okay, so Thunderwave, what we get from Thunderwave?
A con 15 for anything in that 15 that might be on the other side. But any unsecured objects that are completely within the air are automatically pushed 10 feet away. And the spell emits a thunderous boom. So
breaking the door
I'm hoping to just issue enough force to blast the door.
Blast off, isn't he?
And maybe hit anything within that 50 foot behind that isn't behind the solid wall.
Okay. Oh, good old Varu.
So I guess, yeah, if it's that
It's definitely
wide,
where
I'd be trying to blast the 10 foot in
Well,
as
it
well.
might not be now because we might kill everything.
Boom! The doors get burst open and break on their hinges.
Imagine I'm kind of there, Koresh is there.
So I've just shot.
I'll tell the others prepare for Aldani.
Who?
That's what we had to fight off the boat.
Yeah, that's what came on the boat while we were.
Let's get 1 to 10. How badly am I going tonight?
They're not nice.
Yeah, they weren't nice when we had to fight them.
Hey, you wonder what they got around their necks?
Okay,
Go down that road
so
again.
and then we will go initiative.
Okay. I'll just burn that.
And I have no spells. I can just shut.
Oh, that's slightly better. But can anybody beat a 2 this time?
Yeah!
I got one better, so 2 to 5.
Nope.
6 to 10.
10.
Oh, 8.
8, and you are. Oh, I should have just kept you there. And then 10.
Yeah. Same order.
Same order.
Excellent. We're so great, aren't we?
What was Elra? What did you get?
I got 2.
Okay, what did Kresh get?
8.
Okay.
Thank God for that. You see, I was surprised by the Thunderwave. That's what I'm taking. Where will we? 11 to 15. Right, show offs. 16. 17. 18?
Yeah.
You're Lucius. 19?
I got 19.
I got 20.
22.
Oh, I got nat 20.
19.
Okay. You're being binned.
So the door bursts open and you see these 3 creatures. One making their way for the stairs in the centre. They've got a bluish tinged shell over them and all down their back, but where their faces are, while it's lobster-like for the upper part, it's a humanoid lower part of their face, chin and mouth.
Ooh, dinner.
Okay.
This is what you're turning into, Percival.
Didn't think that was going to be
Erindel.
Fuck them up.
There's not a vast amount I can do.
There's a ball downstairs. Keeper upstairs. Save the keeper.
Keeper what? I'm taking the piss.
It's gonna be.
My soul?
It's gonna be bless on Crash, Crassus,
Have we got any blesses in here?
Yeah, there is.
and as it'd be Elmer as well. So no.
Thank you.
Bless.
So it'd be Crash because he's big. Crassus because you're seem quite useful, and Elmer because I know you.
Perfectly good reasons.
Nobody wants to
Is that a
creepy
concentration?
It is concentration for me, yeah. But I'm at the back anyway, so I'm alright.
guy. You're with me.
Okay.
Just in case. 4 on your attacks.
Yeah.
Blessings of Allah be upon you. Do what must be done, and I'm going to try and just kind of stay out of the way at the back.
Mentions a lion on the floor.
Brian.
That's what you're definitely not getting past.
Here comes Brian.
Turn into your weird thing again, Bria.
You're going to go in there and give them all some money.
Yeah. Yeah, feed yourself.
God, what is it on
Is it
It's
10 to get through
past,
there?
Yeah. You're essentially squeezing past the person.
Excuse me. Pardon me, excuse me. Watch my fanny. Watch my fanny.
I make move fanny.
Are these medium creatures?
They are medium creatures.
15, 20.
They're fucking asshole creatures.
Well, I'm gonna find
Crabs
out.
and lobsters are natural enemies.
Battle for crustaceans.
I like that you were looking to see whether or not you get into his attack range.
25.
For Vadu. Is this because you're wearing one of their necklaces that you turned into a...
No, it's because he's made a dirty deal with.
He made a dirty deal.
He didn't just put on a necklace and turn it into
No,
one. There was a
yeah.
whole bunch of steps he had to agree to.
Okay, well,
There's a lot
I just thought it might slowly be warping him, like...
There's a lot of variants of why that's happened. I'm going to.
A lot of variants.
Yes.
Variants which led to you making a deal.
My deity
Can
is
I'm
from the north.
gonna breath
Maybe that's
weapon
Vadu.
on the two. It's gonna hit those two. Yeah.
Okay.
May they? I don't know if you want to do them at the same time. So the first lot is a con check, and then they need a wisdom check. Con is 12, wisdom is 13.
That's a weird one. One's 12, one's 13.
It's two abilities, but I thought if he's rolling all at the same time, it might.
Okay.
Pretty cool.
Actually, a con check.
Yeah, con check 12 or half damage if you pass.
Okay, well, on both of these.
On both of them, yeah.
Okay.
13 for him.
So that's a pass for him.
And a 14 for him.
Pass for both. They both take half of 5 poison damage.
If they can take
And then can they both do a wisdom save throw for me? 13 is a pass.
Never who makes us wise! 21.
Fuck.
And 22.
Oh.
Hell,
He does make them wise.
That is me done on that one then.
Alright. Sulfur.
I don't have much left, but I'm gonna chill touch the one by the door. Which
This one here?
yeah,
Well, I can let you
no,
spare
the one by
dying.
the I meant
Oh,
the one by the stairs.
sorry.
Sorry, not the door.
Spare the dying cantrip. That's quite useful then.
Yeah, I don't know whether or not it shoots forwards or whether it just rises from the ground.
It kind of, chill touch?
Yeah.
The way that I see it is you push your hand forwards and the skeletal hand kind of comes out.
Yeah, I was just making
then-
sure in case I'm rolling that one because a lot of you might get hit.
It's a ranged attack.
19 to hit. The one by the stairs.
That is a hit.
Just for spacing wise, is the one on the stairs on this bit or that bit as he's between the two?
He's on
the
that
stairs.
bit.
On that bit, okay.
It's 7 points of necrotic damage, and it can't regain hit points until the start of the next turn.
Okay.
Nice, dude.
I guess that's sort of it because I can't really do anything.
Mental note.
No.
That one's not for dinner.
Yeah, that'll be my go.
Okay. Lucius.
Yeah, I'll be rotting from the inside.
I guess I firebolt the one on the stairs.
Okay.
Straight out firebolt.
So you told us that he's going to kill somebody upstairs.
Yep.
So
There's a 12.
It's a miss.
natural
Hits the
armor.
wall next to him.
Natural armor 40. Just a guess.
He's preheating.
Yeah, that's that was one.
You're obviously going to warm a bath of water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like where you put your slow cooker on to warm.
I'm going to blow my last level 1 to drop an entangle here.
Nice.
Oh, yes.
Strength 15.
Strength 15. Okay, so the one on the stairs. Natural 1.
Excellent.
What's the
He's
plus
not
So it's a
going
strain, isn't it?
anywhere.
He is.
And then the other guy gets 19.
So he's still good, but the one on the stairs is blocked.
Yeah.
Does it make the area difficult terrain as well?
It does, I believe. Let me just double check. So, it's restrained. Difficult terrain.
Yeah.
All right. So from the cracks in the stone wall for the stairs, seaweed goes through. And the mortar gives way as it surges through from the outside and turns the stairway into a complete web with this one Aldani stuck in it.
and I'll just drop a concentration on me. You got to get them all.
It's like when you used to cut them bands in school.
Buckaroo. Okay, Crass is done.
That is, I've got movement as well. Let's make this easier for everybody else.
5 feet to the right. Well, your left.
I'm going to go into that space.
I want all the spaces.
Our human shield has moved.
That's me.
So I see it as.
No, I'm not going to do that, sorry. I'm going to go 5, 10, 15, and I'm going to crab up there.
Now you're going to fit those concentrations.
I'm just going to keep them on Crassus and remember. So they're out of the way. Josh's space takes up enough space without me adding to it there.
Crassus runs around the corner.
I'm
Transformer.
Spory Boy again. Because I'm technically a different Sporus crab, do I need to worry about recharging the spore ability? That
It's
you
a
different crab.
thing, yeah.
Different crab, different day.
That's right.
Okay. That's me done.
Creche, it's not just where you leave your kids when you don't care about them.
So I'm going to, so I've seen the door being blown in. I'm going to run in and sort of like duck under this guy's pincer, run all the way around in, which I believe is 25 feet.
Okay, so you run around him, leap up on the table,
Yeah, I sort of
down the other side.
grow in size.
Yeah.
And as I lift my great axe, because I'm going to giant smite as a bonus action.
You get 2 of them.
And then, yeah, I got two of them. So this is my last use of the giant smite,
Yeah, I
folks.
use both my tentacles.
And as I lift my sort of great axe above his head, I'm just going to bring it down and hopefully hit the guy. Do I get advantage to hit because I'm behind him?
No, only if
Somebody
there's...
has to be in front.
Someone up.
Oh, right,
Remember,
okay.
you got your D4.
But you are blessed,
Oh, yeah.
so you get a D4.
Yeah. To hit.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a hit roll, yeah.
He needs it.
Need one.
Yeah, I need it. So that's a 10 and a 13.
Instead of just a miss.
I was going to say.
No.
I got you close here.
It slams on the shell.
Cool.
Slipped a little bit jumping on the
It's
table.
Yeah.
attack
Well,
rolls
that's
and
what it
saving
was.
throws.
Oh,
Okay.
Attack rolls and saves.
Crash is done.
Yeah.
Guidance ability checks.
This is like the combat version, so
Okay.
this is a combat version.
You have to get a bigger version of him.
Okay, so he turns
Yeah.
round because you tried to attack him, and he's going to try and snip.
At the same time, Crassus proves.
We need that t-shirt now.
If I
Yeah,
hadn't
you need
came
to-
straight from work, I'd
Yeah,
have
you
had
need
the
to-
snip
19.
You
t-shirt.
got the slip
Yeah, that's
t-shirt,
it,
yeah.
Yeah, I'd be wearing it if
Or
I didn't have to
6
go to
points
work and
of
meet
damage.
landowners today. I need to look responsible.
And then the other one tried to pinch you as well. That is just an 8 with the second pincer though.
So it doesn't.
But the first pincer has you, and you are grappled.
Because of course I am.
Okay. So this one then, he comes round the table. He's going to snip you.
Snip.
It's a 12 to hit you.
That's 12 AC.
Oh.
Twist that dick! Twist it!
For 5 points of damage.
That's fine.
And the second one for 9, so that's a miss.
That's fine.
And you are grappled. The one in the stairs is fighting against all this seaweed that's come out. Yeah, that's me done. Elril.
For Babu!
Everul Sabaton!
Sending out rich blasts. Oh, Jesus.
Bruises, Jake.
Are you waving your holy symbol around like that? You're some kind of cleric?
Correct. I'll go there.
Spell last.
How long does your spell last? A minute. Giant smite is a minute.
Is that 10 rounds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you using? What are you doing?
Eldritch blast at the one in front of Brian.
Ryan.
You have to just rename it and just put an N on
Oh,
the end.
no, that's in that one.
Such a hyphen
Ha!
N.
Eldritch blast doesn't work on me. Only.
Your warlock magic don't work on me!
Oh dear.
So it's a natural 1. Yeah, you're gonna have to roll it again, see if you hit.
Oh, feck. 12's my AC.
And then that's 20.
Wow.
Was it this one you were shooting at?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, what'd you get? You hit him, didn't you?
12's my AC.
There's a 14.
With pluses.
Well, without pluses.
Yeah.
What did you get? 8. No, I'm fine. Because I had temporary hit points still.
Oh,
That's good.
You just go. Oh.
I will give this one to you, Varu!
Sorry, dude. That was not intentional that time.
Tried to help
you
him,
did.
realistically.
Top of the round, Erendil.
The one on the stairs.
Yes.
It'd be a Sacred Flame, please. So I believe because he's restrained, it's Dex at disadvantage.
Mm.
So Dex 13, please.
Disadvantage will help that for sure.
So I'm hoping.
Well, that could have been a 17, but as it turned out, it's a 3.
I will take that 3, and in
Sacred
return,
Flame.
We like a 3.
you're gonna have 1 whole point of freedom damage.
Oh man.
Hey!
Yeah, I'm maintaining concentration. I'm staying here. Yeah.
Did you see the video I put in about the guy who's just like 1 point of damage? They reenact it as the arrow goes into the leg and going ah.
Yeah. I thought that Princess Bride one I did was spot up. The look on his face. I do it all the time. And I do this. Oh shit! I've been doing that all night. Right, Ryan, you're up.
Okay. So I'm going to do the I want to do my last transformation that I can do, and we are going to reaper.
You say I like.
Cackle comes out this time, just as the transformation takes place. Smoke from the bottom, starting at the bottom, overtaking.
His gas.
Smoke from the bottom.
It just raises up, and then at
Pallister, right?
the end of it is this again Reaper, I think, same from the sea, and then we're going to two-handed bonk him with a quarterstaff, I think. 'Cause
Bonk, bonk,
I'd love
bonk,
to
bonk,
hear the
bonk.
sound of that, just like a little wood block.
What was it, sorry? It will be. It's easier to explain when I get the mini.
Yeah.
It's easier to see.
Yeah, you need like a sound.
So
You need
that's
like a sound
18.
effect, so
Yeah.
whenever it hits somebody with it, bonk.
And can it make a wisdom saving throw, please?
Who makes this? Oh shit!
13.
I needed a 7. Oh, I got 7. That's what I got.
Okay, so
You
your
didn't say
fright
Rue makes his
isn't-
wise before you rolled, so that was your mistake.
So it's 5, 6, 7 bludgeoning damage, and you are frightened until the end of my next turn.
Alright.
What the hell is this?
Okay.
Yeah, I get, sorry, when I transform, I get 7 temporary hit points.
Alright.
It replaces, other temporary points.
Luckily, Ross got rid of all my previous
See,
temporary hit
doing you a
points.
favour
Right,
there.
done.
Brian is all done.
Okay, Zelfar.
I'm going to chill touch the one running upstairs again, because I'm out of spells, because one spells. For 16.
Yes.
And for 5 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
And then I can't regain hit points until the start of my next turn.
Alright.
I don't know if they're undead, but if they are, they get disadvantage attack rolls against me.
Not undead.
Not dead yet.
But they are tasty.
How would you?
Yeah, that's my. Yeah,
These guys could solve the food problem in the dredge. Okay, Lucius. Come on now, you deserve a hit.
That's not just looking.
You can do it.
You can do it!
Who is Baru?
So essentially, if I come here, could I straight line attack that?
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah.
Is that with or without getting Briar 2?
So that's going to be it's going to be a Dex 13 save.
Okay, so the one closest, that is a 10 from him. And the
Okay.
one on the stairs, he's got disadvantage, is an 8.
Okay, so on the when it's their
Samuel's
turn, they're
paying
going
off.
to take 2d4 each.
Okay, so what was the other?
It's Tasha's Brew.
Tasha's
It's
Brew.
essentially 30 feet long line of 5 feet wide. and it's dex save. You take 2d acid damage each turn until you either use an action to remove it or wash it off.
Oh, right, okay.
Oh,
Nice.
just something.
Okay,
That's
so
right,
done.
Yeah.
Real nice.
Nice.
I mean, RP wise, it was a bottle of fucking thing and just shut it out. But
Champagne them up.
yeah, but at the moment, until I go into that subclass was talking.
You could like have little bottles on arrows and.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Rasmus is
doing.
up.
Your grandma.
15-foot cone of spore.
Okay.
Yeah,
That
fuck you. You'll get
was, I think, yeah. So it was
Which means
DC
you
12
don't
con
start growing mushrooms.
on both of them.
I think you're a little.
Closest one is going to get 20. Furthest one is going to get 18.
No damage
Don't
for
they have to
them.
roll as
Or,
well?
yeah,
They take half.
if they take half.
They just don't get impregnated.
So
Does
it's
Crash have to
7,
roll?
so 3.
Does Crash have to do a roll, or is he out of it?
Oh, he's fine. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's fine. I'll angle it that way-ish.
No,
So against them, but
You just go, whoa!
Okay, so your reproductive juices spray in an arc.
I mean, you
Across
didn't,
the-
have to, you didn't have to say it like that. Did you?
money shot.
This is the worst!
As I said, he really is a seaman.
That's what it's done.
yeah, that is me finished. Yeah.
Okay, and it's Crash. I've got to rewrite this because at the moment you're fresh.
Oh, fresh crash. Oh,
I remember it because it was my commander.
come on! I'm just going to try and great axe him straight through the skull. Do it, or the carapace, or whatever it is.
Want to net 20 out of this?
Oh, 20.
Yeah.
21, yeah.
Bring that hard on his head.
No. 6, 12 plus 4. What's that? 16 altogether.
16. Nice. Okay. You bring it down hard, part of his shell cracks, and this thick blackish green stuff leaks out of it. When you go, ah!
Nice.
Okay.
That's me done.
Right, so pink gets 4 points of. What damage is it? It's acid damage.
Acid.
Acid damage. And then the black one gets 7 points of acid damage.
And they've got to use a whole turn.
They have to use an action to remove it, yeah. So
Where it
creature
stays.
covered in acid. What does it say?
How much was on the second one, sorry?
7. It's supposed to, as I said, until a creature uses the action to scrape or wash off the acid itself or another creature. So basically, someone has to use an action to get rid of it.
I like that.
Alright, so the guy on the stairs is entangled. What can I do about entangle? What's the situation?
I don't know.
You can probably do a strength check or something.
You're
to-
restrained, aren't you? So can you break a restraint?
I mean, the guy on the stairs is having a real bad time. Covered in acid. He's currently being penetrated
Yeah, everybody's just like, kill!
by this seaweed as
Must
well.
succeed on a strength saving throw.
At the end
Or
of
be
your round.
restrained.
Use your action to make a strength check against it.
Creature stained with puns can use its own action to make a strength check, yeah. Against your spell save DC, so it would
It'd
be
be the same
the
for the spell.
same strength 15.
So I've got to spend an action to do it. It's not an end of round thing.
Yeah.
Action.
I think his priority is going to be getting this acid off.
Or would that be burning the seaweed?
So he's going to spend an action to push the acid
I'll
off.
remove his dice, so I've just got the pink one now.
Okay. So and the other one, the pinky,
And the brain.
he
Good
will.
spell, though. Great spell.
Especially
Yeah, because he's just been sprayed with your spores. Ah! Yeah! It's awful! And he's going to try and pincer
Excellent.
the crab.
Oh,
Yeah,
crab fight! Pincer off.
Precisely what I wanted.
That's
Alright.
that spell is all about positioning, like you've got.
21 to hit you.
It hits.
4 points of slashing damage.
None of them are really
okay. Is it
edible,
is it
but they're like
bludgeoning?
4
4 points. Okay.
Orange skin, still hungry.
19.
I didn't finish my breakfast.
As he's hit me,
poor
because
big
I'm
ones.
absolutely filthy, can he please do a DC 12 con save for me, please?
Don't tell Palace.
A con save
Of 12.
11.
So he's poisoned until the end of his next turn. If he fails the saving throw by 5 or more, he doesn't fail by 5 or more. So he's just poisoned until the end of his next turn.
Okay, so
poison gives you like disadvantage on
ability checks. All right. Well, he does you again.
I'm gross.
Snips you a second time. He will hit you. He does another 4 points of damage.
Okay.
So he's poisoned, covered in acid, and frightened.
Yeah. Now, as he
having a bad day.
pulls his claw off you, which comes up with a thick, sickly, disgusting liquid. Ah! What are you?
Snips the bitch.
Okay. So that's him and him. The green one. He's gonna go for. He's gonna go for the crash.
That's all about those overlapping debuffs, guys.
Okay, so it's 15 to hit the crash.
Hits me.
7 points of damage.
Okie dokie.
And a second claw on you, which is going to miss you with a 6.
Yeah, cool.
That's me done, Elril.
End of the round again.
Gonna guiding bolt.
Be careful. I mean, you can get a reputation.
I know.
For hitting me.
Which is why I'm going for the one on the stairs where Josh is not in line.
So what's that?
It was a coincidence.
Yeah, at a certain point, I'm going to have to start to put 2 and 2 together.
Start making a bullying case.
16, 21 to hit him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
46.
Oh, you put him home.
Go on.
Sort that boy out.
Send it, Ross.
What type of damage is that? Is that force
Radiant.
damage? Radiant.
Yeah, it's going above radiant
13
damage.
radiant damage.
And it'll light up and the next
I'd say
attack
gives us
against
sort of
it
advantage as
gets
well, doesn't it?
advantage.
That's
It's just the
nice.
next attack.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, just
The
next
mystical
attack.
dim light glitters from it if he's it'll
Poor boy.
And the next
He's-
attack
and
against
that's my
Entangled
one
down
spell
point
spat
and
eyes.
Okay.
I spat my one spell
We
earlier.
just need a
with
tar
Hex.
So he takes it.
and we're good.
He's still up.
And
Takes
I
like a
will
beast.
stay where I am, feeling blessed by the Lord himself.
Okay. Top of the round.
Down the stairs. Dex save, please. He's the priority at the moment, so Dex 13 at disadvantage.
Natural 20.
Disadvantage because he's restrained.
Shit. It's not good.
You have 2 whole points of radiant damage. It's going up.
We're slowly cooking him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly up now.
Would
That's
that
how you
would
go
that
up,
get rid of
sorry,
the
in
advantage?
slowly cooking.
Lava bread is a traditional dish where I come from.
Maintain concentration, stay there.
That's it.
Just
Brian.
golden butter.
Ross.
Going
Would
to...
Sacred Flame get rid of the advantage?
I'm going to do the Scary
No.
Reaper point at
That's
Black
a
3.
50.
you.
and
Save.
But it's
Chill
still,
Touch.
but it's still an attack.
Okay.
Is this with advantage because it's an attack?
Sorry?
Chill Touch in the Black 3 guy at the stairs. Restrained,
Stop
chappy.
copying my spells.
So yeah, you'd get
For
advantage
this
for
turn
that.
it is, isn't it?
I would get advantage on it.
Yeah, because
That
guiding
rolls
bolt.
against him have advantage.
Cool.
It's the first attack against him.
Ooh,
I think it says the
23.
first attack
Yep.
roll against the creature has advantage on it.
Yeah, the next attack roll made
5
against the
necrotic,
target.
and can he make a wisdom saving throw, please?
Battle makes them wise.
Yeah, you've got to say it first before you roll, Jamie. I'll tell you what.
me wise! Oh, fuck.
Yeah, you need to finish saying it, then roll as what you did the first time. And you were like 22, 24.
So he is frightened, but the other one won't be
He's no
frightened
longer frightened.
now from me. So,
Okay.
but that chappy will be frightened.
He'd love to run away from
I was
you.
going to say, like,
He would love to.
I mean, I'd be pretty frightened if I was him being restrained.
There's black goo running down all over him from under his scales. He's taking a lot of
So the
damage.
fear's gonna
And
set
that's
in
me
there.
done.
Okay, Zafar.
yeah, I'm going to do same thing, Chill Touch. Ah! Ah!
Advantage on it as well.
No, not this
No,
one.
Oh, no,
it's only the one attack. An 18 to hit.
Yeah.
Like 4
So
4 points of necrotic damage.
Okay, still up.
And
Definitely not
it
hitting that
can't regain hit points until the start of my next turn.
one. Twice.
So that's where was it? Yep. So you done,
Yeah, that'll be me done.
Lucius?
Yeah,
Because I don't have anything else. Level 1, baby!
So I'm just going to step one this way and then shoot a fireball to him.
Okay.
Don't have anything.
That's a 24.
Yeah.
Sing him down!
So it's a D10.
Good misty step, but
You don't get pluses, I'm supposed to.
not
6 points of fire.
That's enough. He's down. So he falls limp, hanging in the seaweed that's all draped around the stairs now.
Does it just take him down and just wrap around?
And he had 4 points left.
Look like meat back on the menu. Crash. That one's just for
Oh,
you.
that's so much
Lobster punch.
Yeah, but they've all, but they've all had spores on them. They've all been acid
The
damaged.
one on the stairs hasn't had spores actually. That's
Yeah,
possibly
but that would
the
have been
safest.
necrotic damage.
Okay.
Well, necrotic damage.
It's been
that
ruptured,
was my
rotted.
turn because there's
That's okay.
Okay, Crassus.
Does it get
I'm with that weight off my shoulders, I'm going to move to here.
I'm gonna snip him in the butt.
Snip him in his tail.
So
Crabs don't have
advantage.
tails.
And a D4 because of your bless.
Do I have to roll a separate D4 for each one, or do I just roll it separate and add it's the best? For
No,
advantage?
just roll a d4.
Just roll a
D4
D4 and
and
just
it's
add it
whack
to
and
Yeah.
roll. It's going on, I suppose.
That's both pretty shit. So that would be a 14 to hit.
That's exactly what you need.
Oh, not
I knew they were
too
going
bad
to
then.
But it's enough.
And it's 1d4 plus 2. Ha ha ha. It's 6 bludgeoning damage.
You made up for it.
Yeah, 6 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Snip, snip, motherfucker.
This is how you snip someone, bitch.
Yeah. You see jump off the table, scutter around sideways from the back, and then on his tail.
It's like when I've seen a Hitchhiker's Guide for the Galaxy crabs, and they're like just bouncing as they go.
Okay, that's Crassus done. It's crash time.
Crash time. That's gonna be a kind of thing. So I'll just remove my axe from his head and his big split in his head, and then I'm gonna just come back round for another sort of sideways strike.
I thought you'd just keep going for the same spot until you eventually take him an hour.
We'll see if I even hit him yet. What's that? Yeah, like dirty 20 to hit, and then only 11 damage altogether.
The D12, go rid of
Slashing. That's a lot, no? That's like, yeah.
It's good damage,
Did
yeah.
you not get any more than that?
No, it's because I rolled a 7, then I get +4 damage on that.
So you bring the sword around and you slash it across the chest of this thing. Red blood comes out of the chest.
Something.
Red blood.
6.
I get 1d4.
You got the
Eat
human
that one.
bit.
plus 4. Plus a
That's what we
d6.
say.
I only
Crash
rolled
done?
1 on that. Yeah, he's done.
Okay.
And then I rolled a 4 on.
Let me roll your pink.
So what's that?
4 points of recoil damage.
Still
Acid
bad.
damage.
Okay.
These poor boys having a bad time.
A really rough time, yeah. Okay, so
I failed them again.
the one who's been solo fighting Crash, he's gonna go at you again.
To get both your arms. Yeah.
Okay, I got I got like a 3 and a 7.
No,
He's got an AC of 10
neither,
and he's still missing.
But let's see.
Don't seem
He's gonna turn sideways and he's gonna snip, snip. And I'm gonna get the disgusting crab and Brian. Natural 1 on disgusting crab.
So he'll
20
be
on you.
because the poison would only last till the end of his round. So because he's attacked me again, he has another.
Does he have to hit you?
You have to hit you for it to work. Or is it
I know he would have to make contact.
Yeah,
so
so
it's
it's
only
clearly
six,
natural one,
so
clearly.
he's not poisoned.
And
anymore.
it was a 5 to hit Brian. So that was a terrible runner of rolls for me.
I feel like Veru's not a very good patron.
You
He's
might
not
know.
doing much for Percival, and he's not doing much for these guys.
But
So
he
my
snips
pla-
down, and as he
my
turns
plan
around
is
sideways
to
to try and snip, he
look
sees
at
the
them
stairs.
and talk to my
Bat
troops
in!
in the battle.
Bat in! That is then done, so it's Elril.
Decisions.
so I'm going to go in and try and distract the one from Koresh, because Koresh has taken a few blows. Not looking too healthy, I'm assuming.
No, he's looking all pretty big.
So swing with my longsword with one hand. Not designed to do this. Oh man, talk about the yin and the yang. That's a nat 20.
And that one.
Thank God, yeah, nat 20 and nat 1.
I feel that somehow that sword on the nat 1 would have found its way over to me.
Yeah, swipes it like that and let's
12
go.
points of slashing damage.
Oh, lovely.
That greenie.
Okay.
That's an action, that's an action, that's my bonus action. I've only got one weapon, reaction. That's me done.
Top round, Durandal.
So the one I can see money, the one with the little pink die, Dex 13 save, so Sacred Flame.
Dex Flame. You like me, though, isn't it?
That's gonna fail. Yeah, I'm rolling shit.
Can I get more?
Put those dice in dice jail. Get the next one down.
Oh yes, you can have a full 8 points of radiant damage on that one.
On
pink one.
Pink one. Pink is down. Yes.
So a burst of Ally's power.
Pinky and the brain.
Dies.
Pinky and the brain.
That'll be me. I'm not going to move anywhere.
Okie dokie. So, that's Brian.
We're going to send. The finger's going to go from pointing at the black dead one to pointing at the green one and chill touch. Which
Full evil monkey.
is 14.
Yeah.
And then 6 necrotic damage.
Nice.
And can it make a wisdom saving throw, please?
That's who Gleason reminded me of. The armless, legless guy in Family Guy.
Oh, Seamus.
Seamus, thank you. Yeah.
Natural 1.
It's feared.
Okay.
Right, and
Shall we bother put the status thing on?
Okay. Zelfa.
Shut up! I think I can see him from there, can't I?
that's actually worked out quite nicely because he can't run away now.
Ooh, I don't think it's a hit. I got an 8.
No.
That's the first miss of the night from me.
Okay.
I'll pass my go.
Okay, so as always, fireball.
I rolled a 3.
That's the 11.
11's a miss.
Cool. Miss.
Inside.
That's it now. That's where you're. Nat 20.
Yeah, it's all, that's it. Crassus.
I'm going to drop my concentration on the entangle and the stairs. We're going to go. You guys have got that handled. I'm like, do I go upstairs because they said there's a guy up there that they were going to kill, or do I go to the back because they're running away?
Upstairs, there's a ball downstairs.
There's a what downstairs?
Ball.
A ball.
That's what they said.
The ball.
I'm gonna bonus action chain drop. No, I think I'd just do it for free, not bonus action with dropping my world chain.
I think that is free actually, you just drop it.
Yeah, I think it's a free action to drop, isn't it? So yeah,
Drop
I'm
concentration and then
gonna kick open the door.
You're gonna kick open
See
the door.
see what's on the other side.
Alright.
God, another load of them. Yeah.
No, the same. Not the same.
Fall back, yeah, just fall out. Whoa!
Can I use my bonus action to open the door?
Yeah, you can, yeah.
It's interacting with an object, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an actual action to open a door. I think it is, isn't it? Isn't action interact with an object?
Opening a door is one of the things that it says.
So interact with an object is an action.
It's part of your.
Okay.
Bit.
So you kick it open.
Boom.
There goes the dynamite.
Okay. A storeroom. A whole bunch of crates, barrels. There's a smell of overwhelming mould coming from in here.
That should be the spellcraft still.
Nothing immediately obvious.
Nothing immediately obvious now.
There's none of them in there, so I'll use my remaining 15 foot to go. And 15 on his square. I'll just shunt him off, but I'll go 15 onto his square there. I'm going to start looking up the stairs.
Okay.
With my action, I'm going to dash. I'm going to dash.
Up the stairs.
Yeah. So. And plus
Just go off screen for now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shall I just chuck myself in this black water?
So, yeah, it spirals up some distance, so you only get so far up.
So yeah, 25 foot up the stairs from
Okay,
the,
no
off
problem.
the edge of the screen then.
So that's Crash is done.
Yeah.
Crash.
Just gonna carry on hacking away at this guy.
You got advantage this time as well, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a hit, yeah.
Roll your d20 again because you get that from him.
Yeah. No, but I hit him. He's got 19.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Big money, big money, big money, big money.
So
Nice.
4, 12, 16 slashing damage.
Finish it.
Nice. So I'll go straight down the middle again, and sort of axe gets stuck halfway down his body, and
so you
really
grab
gross,
it halfway along.
Yeah.
Put all your strength into it, and it slams into that crack before in the exact same place and splits him open. As it comes apart, the blade works its way down, you can see what looks like the partially melted remains of a humanoid face under the shell that cracks open. But just for a second, as your blade slides down into that, just ruining what's left of him.
Yes, good.
Look, Percival, look.
Might not. These might be people that have just pissed Veru off. It's not like Percival's pissed Veru off.
Say that to your right hand. No, your left hand. No, what's your right hand? What's your right? Say that to your right hand.
We are out of initiative.
Nice.
I guess we'll
So
follow us.
Someone
keep
go
up
with Crassus, I will.
I'll go upstairs when you need aid.
Right. Crash is being the first person there, so you can hear the remaining sounds of fight and a cheer from downstairs. You make your way up there. The stairs stop at a doorway. A door.
Whoom! I'll just slam it open.
It's locked.
It's locked. I'll shout through. Lighthouse keeper. I can't do that.
Lighthouse keeper, can you hear us? We've dispatched those foul Aldani downstairs.
Oh yeah, likely. I'm not falling for it. Doesn't matter what kind of voice you put on. I'm not helping you.
How can I persuade you that I'm not one of them?
With a voice like that, you're definitely one of them.
a few minutes later, I'll be joining him upstairs.
Okay, yeah. So you run up there and find him at the doorway.
Is he not letting you through?
He doesn't believe me that I'm not one of them.
I'll get close to the door. Dear keeper, my name is Arundel. I'm a priest of a lie. I'm here to give you any aid you may require. Please, open the door to us.
Persuasion check. Make a persuasion roll.
Because I have such good charisma.
Not bad. I was like, yeah.
Persuasion 17.
Negative stat.
Stand back from the door.
Of course. Crassus.
Take a step back.
You hear a
And we'll shuffle back.
sound of a chain and the door opens just a crack. You see this guy look out. You got them. You killed them.
They're gone, aye.
Okay, so he opens the door.
Sweet.
Do you require any assistance? Are you hurt anywhere?
I've been holed up here for days. I'm down to my minimum amount of food.
lobsters downstairs.
Three lobsters or 3 lobsters?
3 free lobsters.
I'll fish around in a pouch and bring out what is effectively some slightly dried but edible bits of bread and please.
Thank you. He takes it and steps back from the door. This is a small desk in here, and he's laid some blankets which he's been using as a bed. There's a whole bunch of things he's moved back from the door. He'd obviously blocked it up, chained it, and drawn shutters open.
What's happened here? Why were those creatures downstairs?
Those things, they surged up from the lower level. I heard them. They've been using my bowl.
Your bowl?
Oh, I'm a lighthouse keeper, obviously, and my father was before me, and my father's father. And we've had in the family a bowl that allows us to summon. I don't know what the best way to describe it is. Summon water creatures, and we can use it to help ships subtly, without them realising, to guide them away from rocks.
No, we may have faced such a thing on our way here. We were harassed by 2 beings of water. Rather violent. They attacked us.
Well, that's... I've been listening to them. There's more of them down in the cave beneath this amount of rocks, just where the bowl is. But they've not been able to operate it themselves, so they captured a ship and they brought in a bunch of townsfolk, and I think they've been forcing them to summon the water creatures.
That's why we were here. We heard that ships were unexplainably crashing upon these rocks.
Well, it'll be those. They were saying for everybody they managed to kill, they get something from their god.
Alright, awful. Well,
they're cursed, these things are. Every one of them cursed.
Are they... I've not seen such a creature before. Are they...
They have nothing to do but to listen. These things, they say they were once fishermen, and they effectively fished clean an area of lobsters, killing all of them. And this god, this Veru, cursed them all into what they are now, promising them he would turn them back if they gave him enough souls.
So they were originally people?
Yes.
That's very saddening. But
well, whoever this Veru is, he needs stopping. That's what he needs. He's making these waters unsafe.
He certainly sounds like no god I would be prescribed to.
He's not one of the gods, so I don't know what he is. I can't see Darius, Alai, Peridot, Gar, Imogen. I can't see any of them doing it.
Quite right. Well, for now at least you are safe. There are more of us downstairs.
Well, there's more of those things below and they could come up.
I'm sure we are quite tired. We've faced these things and a battle outside, but we may be able to deal with them downstairs.
Aye. Should you allow us to rest here? I myself, I can't speak for the rest of the mind, but I myself will stay here and help put down these foul lobsters.
If you're strong enough, then yes, do it. Stop them using that bowl. Make it safe again, so I can use it to keep this bay safe.
Please join us downstairs. Just one level down. Meet our friends. They'll be pleased to see you're alive.
Okay, taking a big bite of bread, comes to make his way down the stairs. And it's 11 o'clock, so I think we're going to have to stop there.
Like a good idea.
I'll have dragged the 3 bodies into the storeroom.
I'll be inspecting one of those amulet things if I can see them. Obviously,
they are wearing amulets with a seashell shape.
Because I would do it because my warlock deity is the Fathomless, which is Prejudice back with the deeps, an entity of the ocean, an elemental plane of water, or another otherworldly sea now allows you to draw on its palace. So my patron's like a sea patron. So I'd be asking who Varu was.
Maybe
Maybe my patron is Varu is what I was thinking. Like,
I can identify it.
Well,
Just say, Percival got hold of that fucking bowl. Oh, I'm swimming in souls right now. Sink everything.
all these will have to be questions for next time, I'm afraid. As we will have to lock it because we're in the middle of a combat, really.
But the plan will be to, I guess, go downstairs and work out what's down there next time.
But let me issue with some experience points to keep it nice and easy.
Splendid.
Yes, but don't forget, if you do level up until we take long rest.
makes it a bit hard with your.
We will go and deal with these things in the basement, but first,
Let's have a long
hours of
rest.
sleep.
Yes.
I only need 4.
I'm surprised there's been no headhunt for these people that sleep 8 hours
Half
and
that
then all
party.
of a sudden cure anything.
Half
Everybody does that.
that part around, so we can just 4 hours and
That
we'll be
you're
on our
missing.
way.
Oh, you're bleeding out and it's fine.
I haven't slept 8 hours in years, so I can't actually vouch for the fact that it heals anything.
You feel worse afterwards.
400 experience points so far.
400.
Yeah, I can't level up.
That levels me up, but I
That's
can't
what you
do
needed to
anything.
get yourself up a little bit.
I needed 280.
More.
That's all I needed. Was 280. I now need lots.
I need
So-
2,340.
What level are you now?
5.
5, wow. Nice.
Go, Crassus!
With Glaston.
I can get to about 80 experience next time. I'll go to level 3.
Yeah, that pushed me to level 3. That did.
I need 500 XP. You'll have to put a lot of those things down there, Jamie.
We
There you
will
go.
need to discuss.
Do you want your strange
How
snake
mine's gonna
token?
go.
Yes,
Fine.
Do you
obviously.
need this
Oh, you can
back?
keep it if you want.
Alright, so that brings us then tonight. As always, music provided by Midnight
I'll
Syndicate.
explain what it is.
MidnightSyndicate.com or Spotify, Amazon Music, YouTube, and so on. Additional music by Incomputech, Kevin MacLeod. Thank you very much, everybody. We will see you next
Thank
time.
you very much.
Yes, thank you very much.